Can everybody hear us?
Yes, I hear an
Yes,
echo.
there's an echo though.
Board President, I have Susan Haskey online.
Okay. Cheryl George is here and I am here, so we have a quorum.
Can everybody hear us?
Yes, I hear an
Yes.
It
echo.
is 4:36.
There's an echo though.
Board President, I have Susan Haskey online.
Okay. Call a meeting to order. Cheryl George.
Yes.
Cheryl George is here and I am. Ms. Askey. Quorum.
I'm present. Christina is also online.
Ms. Aspis.
Yes, here.
Okay. Mr. Montoya. And myself, we have a quorum. Item 2, comments from the audience. Are there any comments?
Board President, I have no comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We will start with reports then. A, Annie Verkey, Vriki.
Yes, hi. I'm here.
Sorry about that mispronunciation.
No worries, it's tricky.
I didn't mean to stumble over it.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I am just here to present a resolution to conduct a descriptive analysis using the Diego Healthy Eating and Gardening T3 survey, looking at the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on mental health and stress levels in Navajo Nation parents who participated in that study.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
I am doing this for a thesis for my master's of public health at the University of Washington. And I'll be working with members of the study from Fred Hutch, the New Mexico State University, Dene College, and the University of Washington.
Is it appropriate to ask how you're gathering your information and from where?
I'm being given the information from the Fred Hutchison Cancer Research Center, those who conducted the study. The information will be provided to me as de-identified data, so I won't know any identifiable information about where the data is coming, of like the people the data is coming from, and I won't be collecting it myself.
Okay, I was just wondering. So that information is being provided for you then?
Yes.
Okay. Bear with me, I'm taking notes. Okay, anything else?
Nope, I think that's all.
Thank you
I
very
have a
much.
question. I have a question, Board President.
Yes.
With the resolution or the information that you'll be compiling, I'm not sure, what kind of information are you gonna be gathering from the school district?
So the information was gathered previously from the school district last year by the primary study. And the information that I'll be looking at specifically is self-rated mental health, self-rated stress levels, as well as factors such as anxiety around COVID-19, unemployment, changes in employment, food security, things like that.
But no personal information?
No, so
Okay.
I won't have any names, zip codes, anything like that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You mentioned something about gardening. Or
So
did I misunderstand?
That's the main study, the Diego Healthy Eating and Gardening. So they did some community gardens with some of the elementary schools within the Navajo Nation and in the school district. So I won't be doing anything with gardening or healthy eating, but the main study did.
Okay. And you don't, you're not aware then, Ben, you didn't get there, you're not aware of the locations of those gardens, presumably?
I know the schools that they worked with. I am not 100% certain which schools they ended up having a garden put in or not.
That sounds interesting because I think that that activity would be beneficial for mental health, especially during the COVID shutdown. That's interesting. Anything else?
No, that's all from me, unless anyone has any other questions.
Board President,
Yes, go ahead.
I have a question. So, as far as gardening and farming, that's a big part of our culture in this area. And so your heading or your the presentation talks about those things specifically, and so when Board President Wells asked about that, and you were saying that you're not doing that part, or gardening and the healthy eating. Is that what you're saying? You're only doing the mental?
Yes.
Is there a way that you could present this more on what you will be doing, and so that when this is archived, this letter here, or the description of what you will be doing, so that it's more accurate, and that we will know specifically what you will be doing. And then also you mentioned you are in Washington.
Yes, so I'm a student at the University of Washington.
So I'm just curious on how did you learn about our area, our district?
So I am a student of one of the investigators for the Diego Healthy Eating and Gardening study, which was a study that was conducted within the area the 3 years prior, it just completed in August and had been pre-approved through the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board. And it was a study with the University of Washington, New Mexico, University Diné College, as well as with the Navajo Nation. And so I'm just looking at a very small subset of data that they collected this past year when COVID-19 happened and it interrupted their study. So they collected information on the COVID-19 pandemic through their survey and asked questions about like self-related reported mental health and stress to see, and then I'll just be analyzing that to see what effects the pandemic had on those two questions. So I heard about it through a professor of mine that is part of the investigation for the study, the Yago Healthy Eating and Gardening Study, the primary investigator with that.
Okay, I in fact, I just heard on the radio that there was some type of correlation between a person, I guess that handling of dirt and how not only for stress but also for well-being, as far as elements or vitamins. I don't, but they said there was some type of correlation, and I thought that was really interesting. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Verkey?
I have another question, Board President.
Go ahead.
Superintendent Benavides. So how does this fit into our district? Or
Board Member Aspis, President Wells, members of the board. This is my understanding of it is they're just they're needing you guys to be aware that this is what they're doing for their study. We could use that information for grants possibly. Am I correct, Ms. Verkey?
Yes, everything I find will be sent back to you all and you can use it how you need it.
So yeah, it's more informational for us as a district than anything. Board Member Aspis, President Wells, members of the board.
Yes, Ms. George.
I have a question. With the so this is just going for your personal master's, correct? And then you're just using the UNM studies for your master's, correct?
Yes, so this is to meet the thesis requirement for my master's. And then we are also hoping to publish in some journals as well, though I am not sure which ones those are yet.
Okay, for the mental health and stress components, are you getting information as well? Because we service through IHS and then we service through counseling there. And then with our social workers within the school district, are you going to be working with them for this piece?
No, so I am just looking at data that was collected by the Yago Healthy Eating and Gardening study. I would need to get additional approval from Fred Hutch and other IRBs to seek out further information.
Just so
on the scope of my thesis.
Just so you're aware, your thesis will kind of probably be undetermined because our Native kids, especially their mental health and their stress components, the unemployment rate on Navajo Nation and within our district is you're not really getting the data that you're needing from our entities here. And the Yago project is you'll be getting more data from the gardening portion of it. So it's kind of be, just so you know, I'm just telling you, just so you're aware.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. It's definitely something we've been taking into consideration, that it's a very small subset of members of the Navajo Nation, looking specifically at the parents that participated, or guardians, parents and guardians of children that participated in this study. So a very, very small subset. So hopefully this will help like further research and open that up.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Are there any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Superintendent Benavides, are we able to put on the district's website these type of studies, so that our community and we keep track of them as calendar year, school year, and when it begins and when it ends? Are we able to do that?
Board Member Aspis, President Wells, members of the board, absolutely. That's a great suggestion. Jared's there. Jared, can you take care of that for us so we can take care of that request for the board?
Sure thing, Superintendent Benavides.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Aspis?
President Wells, I just want to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I look forward to, I guess, the information that you compiled. Thank you for taking an interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haskey. If there are no further questions for Ms. Would you pronounce that for me so I don't stumble over it again?
Yes, Vareka.
Verika, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Next item. Excuse me, go ahead.
Board President, I have another question for the presenter. Is
Yes.
this the same? Did you have any work done with Dream Dinner Charter School?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. Move on to KCHS Business Professional of America Regional Competition Presentation. I'm Ms. B. Vasquez.
Good afternoon. I'm Ms. B. Vasquez from Kirtland Central High School. President, board members, superintendent, I'm glad I'm able to come present to you today. We started, or kind of reignited, our Business Professionals of America program at the Kirtland Central High School. And so I wanted to just take a couple of minutes from your time, and I appreciate that, to kind of tell you a little bit of what's going on recently. I have a little slideshow that our students prepared for you. So is it okay if I can share my screen?
It is okay.
Thank you. It says that the host has disabled participant screening.
Jared, I think that's back to you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm feeling a little under the weather, so I apologize about my voice. Oh, yes. All right. Beautiful. All right. So Business Professionals of America is a program that is working with students in the business related fields, kind of teaching them resume building, interview skills, accounting, a variation of all things. So we at Kirtland Central High School, along with Ms. Foster, is also online with me, as is another co-advisor. So we wanted to say who we are. So at Kirtland Central High School, we have 4 seniors, 9 juniors, 1 sophomore, 1 freshman, and our 2 advisors. As you can see on this picture, these are the ones that actually went to our regional competition. Our 4 seniors we have here on our picture. I hope you guys are able to see the screen. And it shows Ida Lee Camacho Vasquez, Jaden D, Kalila Deswood, Venora James, Marissa Henry. She actually is also signed up for softball, and so she wasn't able to continue in the program, but we thank her for her time as well. We also have 9 juniors on this picture as well. There were 2 that were not present at the regional competitions. Tegan, Jonah, Donna, Alyssa, Destiny, Justin, Aishin, Omari, Thomas, and Sarah. They're all juniors, so we hope to see them, and they're really excited to see what we can do for next year as well. We have 1 sophomore and 1 freshman, Leandra, Austin, and Madison Medley. They are very bright young ladies, and we are thankful for them as well. We hope to get more recruitment for next year to continue this awesome program. Now, this is what happened on our regional competitions. We are proud. We are Kirtland Central High School, and we are BPA. Overall, we took 14 students to our regional competition that was in Farmington, New Mexico. Out of the 14, we had 12 students move on to the state competitions, which we are really proud of these students and what they were able to accomplish in the short amount of time that we took over the BPA program. These are the categories that we actually qualified in. Was personal business finance, fundamental accounting, intermediate work processing, basic office systems and procedures, network design team, fundamentals of web design, digital media production, ethics and professionalism, prepared speech, business meeting management, health insurance and medical billing, and medical terminology. And as you can see, we're so proud of them. We had quite a few first place, a lot of second places. We are very proud of these students. Like I said, in the short amount of time that we worked with them, they really worked really hard, and we are proud to present to you guys what Kirtland Central High School has in plan for our future leaders and people in our community. So we just want to say we are thankful for that. We're blessed to be able to participate in this program. This is what is to come. We're really excited. Next week, we actually get to go to our state competition. We leave on Thursday, and then we'll come back on Saturday. So all these students have competed some portion of it this week. It's kind of like a preliminary portion of it online, and then the rest of it they'll compete also at state conference, which is in Albuquerque. So we'll be taking a bus and heading down that direction next Thursday. So I hope you guys send some good vibes and congratulate these students for all their hard work. As well as we are going to be participating in the torch ceremony, opening ceremony, which is an honor to us because it kind of represents our school, our district, our community. I don't think we've had KCHS do it for quite a few years, so we're already happy to be invited and do that. So we'll take a recording on that and present it to you later on as well. The other thing that we're kind of in the works is kind of working on something that can impact our community in a positive way. We're not too sure which direction we want to go on, like volunteering or supporting the community in an event or project before the school year ends. So we'll be coming in kind of talking to you guys about that as well. But that's one of our big plans, that after the state competition, we'll be kind of focusing on that as well. Lastly, we want to say thank you, Principal Benedict at Kirtland Central High School. the CCSD district and the board members for all your support. Like I said, we're really happy in the last few months that we talked to you guys and were able to get some support in fundraising and stuff like that that helped us out with our uniforms, if you can see, to kind of get us looking more professional. And I know it's a building process, so we wanted to thank you and just come and tell you where we're at. And we appreciate you guys being present in our community and helping us with that. That's the end of it. I appreciate that. And I'll stop sharing my screen. But I appreciate again, and hope to see you further. And maybe I'll come back and tell you, hey, we made it to Nationals, which is in Dallas, Texas, here in the next month. So again, I'm just excited for what they're learning, what they're growing. And this is a bright set of students, and I can totally see them going further. So thank you.
Kudos to you and to all of those who participated. I'm glad that the KCHS has picked that up again. My oldest son, when he was, I think, a junior, possibly a senior, I can't remember now. He was in that group at KCHS and is now a successful entrepreneur, has a successful construction company in Idaho now. So it's a boost for the confidence and gives them ideas and ways to participate and to compete, actually. So kudos to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I really believe in this program. I was telling them, I said, there's endless possibilities of you could do. And I'm excited to see where they head. Like I said, we have some seniors that are moving on, and we hope to see them successful and come back and say hi to us in a few years. And we still have a ways to go, but we're building on these students. So thank you again.
Well, thank you, and I hope you'll come back and report those your successes at state.
President Wells, I have a question and a comment. A comment first, then a question.
Okay, Ms. Askey, go ahead.
I agree. This is great. This is wonderful what you're doing, and thank you for taking the time and teaching students the basic skills that our students should know about business. I think it's wonderful. My son was in a business club too, so that's wonderful. And good luck to all the students competing next weekend, and hopefully they will get the opportunity to go to Dallas. That would be wonderful. And then I wanted to ask, I guess my question is just this only your club at Kirtland Central High School? Do the other high schools have a similar club?
As far as I understand, it is a possibility for them to have. They just need an advisor. This is my very first year signing up as a BPA advisor. I was offered this through Dr. Benedict, and so along with Ms. Foster. And so as far as I understand, any school is able to do that as long as they have an advisor that was willing to take on the responsibility and stuff. And as far as I understand, they usually use like the business teacher, the computer teacher to kind of help them guide that, because a lot of the programs are related to like accounting, tech, spreadsheets, things like that. It's a lot broader than I expected, which is great, because we had somebody that was talking about ethics and professionalism, and I'm like, oh, that's great. Like, she was interested in that, not necessarily like the designing and stuff. But I would definitely encourage any teacher that is willing to take it on at Shiprock High School, at anybody, any teacher that is willing. And if they have any questions, I'm, like I said, it's my first year, but I'm willing to give you the information that I have, that I'm willing to help with you guys. But I think it's available for any high school, even at middle school as well.
Wow, that would be great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for taking your personal time and investing in this well-needed club. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything for
I have a
Ms. Vasquez? Yes,
comment and a question.
Ms. George, go ahead.
Hi, Miss Vasquez. Awesome job and congratulations to your 14 students. And this is awesome. I hope to see these seniors and these kids back here at CCSD working in our finance department here. And we also have Medicaid billing, you know, I'm really glad to see the medical billing and coding and the health insurance portion. That's really needed. And, you know, this is setting up our kids to have their own entrepreneurship. And I'd like to suggest that your kids come back and do like a reality check at the high schools and at the middle schools. I used to do that for the kids in the middle schools, 8th graders, and they loved it. And they got a concept of what you're doing now, of how it affects their life and everything. And so I think that would be a great mentorship from your team to the, you know, to the other high schools and to the junior high, maybe the 8th graders again for reality check. That's an awesome job. And good luck on your going to state and everything. And that's super awesome. And if hopefully we can have the kids report to us. I'd love to hear from them.
Yeah, I had asked them to participate, but they were still a little nervous. That's one of those things that there was one, I've done that before, but I don't know if I want to talk to the board. It just makes me really nervous. And I'm like, we have to practice that again. For me, it's kind of like a building step. Like I told them, I said, everything you do takes some time and practice, and eventually, if we could keep this and they could keep me still continue with me working with them, I'm like, I'd rather, I could see it going so far and teaching these kids, and I would love to have that when they come back. And that's always been kind of a goal for me as a teacher, that someday, after they're successful, they come back and say, hey, Ms. B, you made a little impact in my life, and I love that idea. And so in this program, and I call it a program because for me, it's more than just a club. I think it's a building skills and, all this stuff. So I tell them, I said, it's more important than you imagine. So I'm really excited. And I thank you guys again for your support. And, like I said, just cheer them on and, send them good positive vibes and things like that, because I am very proud of these students. I as a new advisor, it's kind of hard for me to figure out what we're doing and stuff like that. Ms. Foster has been great, but it is a learning experience for me as well. But I will definitely have them practice so they can come back and talk to you guys and for themselves to present for you guys.
Yeah, it would be a great opportunity for them to practice their public speaking and
right.
Don't be shy. Don't be shy. But thank you so much. And
thank you.
I would like to see if we could incorporate this throughout the district at the high school. Maybe have get some teachers that would love to teach this. And I think it's a great opportunity. Thank you so much for your investment. And we have that, like we said, they come back and be directors and specialists for our finance department. Awesome.
Definitely. And like I said, if there's a teacher out there that is, wanting some short information, like I said, I'm learning too, but I'm willing to share that information. So thank you.
Thank you very much, especially for your time and devotion and dedication. I know that's above and beyond what your teaching requires, but it's very well needed. And yes, you're right that having kids come back and say, Ms. Vasquez, you were super and helped me out. That's the icing on the cake. So thank you for that.
I have a question, board, or comment, board president.
Yes, go ahead.
So we had this conversation before, months ago, about these type of skills, and I'm very glad they're looking internally into, you know, our community, our schools, for such people as yourselves, Ms. Foster, and yourself, that are wanting to teach and you know, take this type of responsibility, and I think that's great. And I see that shorthand didn't make a comeback, but but you know,
Recording's too easy.
and so it is my hope that all of, you know, what you showed, the areas that you are having students compete in, that just be available to Shiprock and Newcomb as well, and even for career prep. You know, these are valuable skills, and even though sometimes when you lack just being a good presenter, being somebody that has good communication, that can take you far. And so, you know, I just think it's great. And you know, I can't even remember. I was trying to recall who was the one that took it, well, that was running it before, and I first heard about it, and I thought it was, but I didn't see everything. I just thought mostly it was on speech, and you know, I just narrowed it to something like that, the speech and presentations, and but I didn't, you know, seeing medical transcript, medical, you know, I just thought, wow, that's amazing, and especially what we've gone through with remote learning, you know, those are areas that they can continue, and so I think it's great, and I really would like to see it in Shiprock and Newcomb and career prep. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Asmus.
Thank you.
Ms. George, you have anything else to add?
Not just give a shout out to Miss Dr. Benedict for supporting you, and all the administrators that supported you there at Kirtland High School. Congratulations. Super happy, proud of you guys.
Thank you. Like I said, I do appreciate her. She's been really patient. Every time I go and ask her a question, I'm like, and Miss Melissa Yazzie, our financial person as well, I saw by and I'm like, hi, I do have questions, but they've been really supportive, and I do appreciate that, because like I said, whenever it's a very positive environment, you know, it makes it a lot easier to keep going, and you know, little struggles or whatever, there's not a problem. And so I appreciate them. Like I said, in the office, they've just been really awesome with me, and supporting and helping me and answering questions that, you know, I'm like, I have no idea, but can you like direct me somewhere? And Dr. Benedict has been really helpful with that. And like I said, our financial secretary, Melissa Yazzie, she is just the bomb. I know, in a positive way, in a good thing. So I do appreciate it. And like I said, I appreciate you guys for, you know, even allowing us to continue with that program. So, and I wish that you guys, like I said, if there's any motivation in those other schools, like, let's do this and let's represent our district. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Again, thank you. Ms. Haskell, do you have anything to comment on?
No, but excellent job. So I look forward to hearing more. So thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. A report on Parent Advisory Committee, Dr. Louisa Lopez Martinez and Beverly Maxwell.
Good evening. Yate. I'll be reporting on behalf of Dr. Lopez, and Mia Cientes will be reporting on Beverly Maxwell's behalf. Yate Shea Berlinda Begay and Shia Ado, bilingual multicultural education coordinator, Asian on Nishisha Ado Yaha Adet Nahaiso Kaigi Shikado Shudana. Shea bit ahnin shlero tratnasani bashish chin kishlichini dashichido dashinala. Good evening, board president, board members, Superintendent Benavides. I'd like to make this report on the Indian Parent Advisory Committee on behalf of Dr. Lopez. The IPAC is a parent advisory committee that's associated with the Title VI Indian Parent, or it's part of the Title VI Indian Education Grant. You have to have a parent advisory committee as part of that grant. And so the current members are also our Indian Education Committee, because we are it's very challenging to get parents to serve on parent advisory committees. They also develop a bylaw that they follow as well. So the main responsibilities of the parent advisory committee is to hold quarterly meetings, and their main job really at this time is to approve the expenditures that are coming from the Title VI grant. And then they also approve the grant application, which should be coming up in April. And they just ensure that whatever is written in the grant application is implemented. And that is what the Indian Parent Advisory Committee does. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you. What questions for Ms. Berlinda?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment, Board President.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your giving us your report, Dr. Begay. But I just would like, it has Dr. Louisa Lopez on here, and would have liked to hear from her reporting, but I don't know what the situation was that she was not available tonight.
Superintendent Benavides, may I respond to that, please?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Good evening, President Wells and members of the board and Superintendent Benavides. Yes, I am here this evening, and I'm here to support my team. The reason that I have Dr. Berlinda Begay represent the data is because this falls within her area, and certainly I'd like to afford the opportunity to my coordinators to be able to relay accurate and expand on the data that they have in their departments. But I am here to support her this evening, and so I just needed to clarify that I am here if I need to answer any questions. But that is my response. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Dr. Begay, I think we've all been just more involved with the IEC and totally forgot about IPAC. And so you were saying it was very hard. What is that? Maybe you did mention it, but I didn't hear how many on the committee, and then how many do we have?
For the board president, Wells, and board members, for the IPAC, the only difference between this advisory committee and the IEC is that they also have a teacher. They have teacher representation and student representation.
Okay, and you were saying that parental involvement was difficult. So how many parents do we are supposed to have?
It depends how many you want to have. But because we had challenges to recruit parents, the Indian education, which they've done for many, many years, they also serve on the IPAC committee.
Okay. Yeah, then like I said, we've been focusing more on, I guess, on just that IEC, but I guess it kind of evolves into IPAC also. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Askey, do you have a comment or a question for?
I guess just to reiterate, the only question would be for clarification that the IPAC members are also the IEC board members. Is that what I heard?
Yes, President Wells and board members, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question. Dr. Begay, does Beverly Maxwell, does she give a report now and then, or are we able to hear from her?
Board President Wells and board members, Ms. Maxwell is currently doing an IEC work session. The month of February is very busy for our IEC members because that's the time they start creating the JOM educational plan. So she will have an opportunity if she can, but they will also be voting new president, vice president, and secretary positions as well. So whoever is voted in those positions can make the reports.
And that's this evening, or?
Yes, they are currently in work sessions. This month in February, they have several work sessions scheduled in creating the JOM Ed Plan.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. George.
Dr. Begay, Beverly Maxwell, she is the president, right? Correct? Currently?
Yes, she's currently the president.
Okay. And then the IEC for title for this program, there's a yearly report that is turned into the state, correct?
For the Indian, for Title VI, there's an end of year report that's turned in for Title VI.
Okay, and that includes like the whole districts, like basically like our safety plan and kind of basically like all the reportings that we do for each school and the district, correct? Is that does it include that as well?
Board members and Vice President George. For Title VI, the objectives are really for language and culture emphasis. And so what is reported is only that information in terms of how that grant was implemented.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I have no other.
You have another?
No, nothing.
Ms. Asmus, do you have any comments or questions for the doctor?
I do. It would be nice to know when those meetings happen. And a long time ago, we would have a person from there, and most of the time it was the president. And now that they're doing new officers, maybe someone different, but either that person or Dr. Begay would give a report on what was happening. And because they are a subcommittee of the board, and we should know what is happening over there. So again, I can't emphasize enough, they are a subcommittee of the board. So we need to know what is happening there. And Dr. Begay usually gives a very good rundown, or the president, he usually does that. And so like to do that as we are starting to come back from the pandemic. I know it's not over, but it is our responsibility as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Asmus. Ms. Haskey?
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Begay, we thank you for that. And if you could take the concerns of Ms. Asmus back to Ms. Maxwell, is that
Yes,
Ms. Maxwell? We would appreciate that.
Thank you. And my colleague, Mia Cientes, will provide the Indian Education Committee next. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Mia Cientes. I am the JOM supervisor. Hello, Board President Mr. Wells, board members, and Superintendent Benavides. I am going to be reporting on the Johnson O'Malley Indian Education Committee. So the establishment of the JOM Indian Education Committee, currently we have 9 chairs open to parents to become IEC members of eligible Indian students enrolled within CCSD. And the eligibility is parents must be acting in loco parentis, meaning they have to be the parents of the child enrolled in CCSD or have legal guardianship of those children. Members cannot be school administrators or school officials per the 25 CFR, and the IEC established procedures under which the committee serves, procedures set in organized documents and their IEC bylaws. Currently, we have 1 parent representing Dream Diné Charter School. We have 3 parents in the Shiprock region. We have 1 parent in the Kirtland region and 2 parents in the Newcomb-Noshchitty region. And the roles and duties of the IEC, they fully participate in the planning, development, implementation, and evaluation of the JOM application that Dr. Begay mentioned earlier, that February is a busy month for them to do the JOM application. They also approve and disapprove all program events and activities for JOM. This includes field trips, expenditure reports, They conduct fall and spring needs assessments through monitoring with school visits. And we meet regularly once a month from September to June for 10 consecutive months. And the JOM staff in the intercultural department collaborates with the IEC to ensure that they are fulfilling their tasks and duties. Okay, and I stand for questions.
Any questions from the board? I have none.
I have none.
I do not have any questions either.
Ms. Asmus?
President Wells, if I may speak, it looks like she might have dropped off. If she did, we need to note down the time that she dropped off. If she comes back in, we'll note it as her coming back in.
Okay. I have 5:31.
Thank you, President Wells and Vice President Heskey, members of the board, and Superintendent Benavides for this opportunity to present to you this evening. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Mhm.
Next item of business, updates on COVID-19 for state, federal, and tribal guidelines. David Griego and Christy Brown.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides. I was asked to come to the meeting today and give some updates on the COVID-19 issues that we've been having. New Mexico Public Education Department just recently updated their toolkit. The recent updated is dated February 8th of this year. So far I've seen there's been noted 7 changes in the toolkit. I'll go ahead and go over those changes and field any questions after I'm done reading them off. There is a requirement that children be up to date with COVID-19 vaccination to avoid quarantine or test to stay. Basically, it's just saying that now we have to have up-to-date vaccination cards for the students if they wish to avoid the quarantine or test to stay. There's changes in determining days to test for the test to stay programs. They're extending the PCR staff surveillance testing to include vault through February 24th. In the beginning of they were going to start trying to phase out vault, but based off, I guess, testing shortages and stuff like that, they've extended that till the 24th of this month. Removal of the requirement to report all positive cases to the school community, although close contacts must still be identified and notified. So in the past toolkit, we were required to notify the community of all the positive cases that were occurring at the school. This occurred by either the school's website, or documentation sent home in the students' backpacks. It's a pretty tedious job because we were dealing with a lot of cases throughout the year. So the New Mexico Public Education Department has decided to remove that from the toolkit, so the schools will no longer be required to do that. There's a removal of requirement for infectious while on campus cases to be reported to the public education response or rapid response web form. Just to explain that process, every positive case that the school gets reported, there's a form that's filled out. It's submitted to the COVID-19 task force. It's evaluated, and we have a COVID-19 reporter who reports those cases to the Mexico Public Education Department, the Mexico Environmental Department, along with the Navajo Department of Health. Again, it is a tedious process. We do have to report every single case. So now the Public Education Department is changing that to where we're no longer having to report the positive cases. However, we are still going to do it as a district, track cases at each school site. So if we do have a case or something in a class or a school that we feel like there's a spread rate higher than what we need to address, then we'll do so. So the only thing that's changing here is we're not going to be required to report to the state. However, they're still going to be reported to the district, and we'll still be tracking numbers at the district level. Allowing over-the-counter rapid antigen tests taken in the presence of staff member for surveillance testing. Again, they're working on their surveillance testing program. They're allowing the over-the-counter antigen test to be accepted as an acceptable test for surveillance testing, as long as it's conducted in front of a staff member. And the last thing is removal of surveillance testing goal for students. The prior toolkit, the goal was 25%. It was voluntary. The health aides or health officers were sending notifications home with the students if they wish to participate in that, and would be COVID-19 tested. Now, the Mexico PED is removing that, and it's no longer a goal to test the students at 25%. That concludes the updates on the toolkit and what I've seen since the 8th, and I stand for questions.
A question that I have, when you say that the state has relaxed its testing, run that by me again. Let me understand that a little better.
Board President Wells, are you talking about the last removal of surveillance testing goal for students?
Yes.
So the previous toolkit, it was a requirement that we met the 25% rate. That was the goal, basically. It was 25% of the student population who are unvaccinated to be participating in the surveillance testing. Again, that's voluntary. So if we didn't meet that goal, we tried to reach it by, sending a notification home to student. If they chose to participate in that, then they would be allowed to test. I think, honestly, sir, I think the reason why they're doing the removal of the surveillance testing goal for the students is because we're in the starting phases of the test to stay at the schools. So testing will still be available, and we'll be able to still test the students at the school sites who are considered close contacts, who are unvaccinated, who are considered close contacts that want to participate in that to stay at school. So I don't think they're really laxing or getting relaxed on the testing per se. I think now that because we're moving to the test to stay program at the school sites, they're allowing the students to get tested at the school site.
And this is voluntary, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I have a question on the mask. The mask and wearing of masks at the schools. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Board President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, I can. It is CCSD policy that all students and staff or any visitors who are in our buildings to wear a face mask. However, if they're outside, it is encouraged for students and staff to take a mask break and remove the mask. So anytime anybody's inside the buildings, they're expected to wear a face mask.
Okay. What about when they participate in athletics?
Board President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, the participation of athletics. So the New Mexico NMAA basically has said that all athletes participating in indoor sports, to include spectators, are required to wear face masks. They're more than likely going to change those guidelines for outdoor sports because we're looking at baseball and I don't know the other sport that's coming up, but if the outdoor sports, they probably won't make them wear face masks, but because they're indoors, all the basketball teams and spectators are expected to wear face masks.
Well, I'm glad they're not requiring that for outdoors, track and field events and baseball, as you say, and that's encouraging. It's pretty hard to participate in track and field if you're covering your breathing apparatus with a mask.
I agree, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Do you have questions?
I do have some questions.
Okay.
Can you repeat the the guideline for the changes for the vaccination on the students that New Mexico Ped is requiring on all students?
The first bullet point in the toolkit is a requirement that children be up to date with COVID-19 vaccination to avoid quarantine or test to stay.
Okay, so what is CCSD's requirement then on that? Because go ahead and answer that first.
Yeah, CCSD's policy is following the toolkit. So whatever the public education department is giving the guidance, that's what we follow.
Okay, so how does this impact the constitutional rights of parents, making them provide vaccinations if they don't want to have their students vaccinated?
Good question, Ms. George. Again, it's a requirement that the children be up to date with COVID-19 vaccination. It is a voluntary status. They're not required if they don't want to participate and provide their vaccination, and they'll just be considered unvaccinated and be required to quarantine or participate in the test to stay.
Okay, thank you for that. And then you said the test to stay is over-the-counter rapid test. So that, going back to that CLIA waiver, how is that working within the district now?
So I believe Ms. Brown's been working on a CLIA waiver, and it's been approved and ready to, we're ready to implement the test to stay. We're currently waiting on some biohazards bags from a company that's going to provide the service to dispose of the medical waste. We do have test kits in the building. This is just basically another option that if these tests can be used as a supplement for the test to stay program.
So my question is, there was a program through New Mexico Ped for the districts to get the CLIA waiver and get reimbursed for it. Why are we still in February, what's the date, 10th, not having a CLIA waiver initially put in place last year when this all started? Because we're already almost into 2 years into COVID. And there's no excuse for that. That CLIA waiver through that New Mexico Ped program would have reimbursed the district for purchasing the CLIA waiver licenses.
Board Member George, President Wells, Superintendent Benavides, thank you for the comment, Ms. George. I will look into it. I will see what I can find out.
Okay, and then my next question is, you said that required cases for rapid response, if there's a positive case, the task force will still report to New Mexico Ped and CCSD, and you said that you guys would determine when that number would be, at what number that would be reported. Is that, so who's deciding this at CCSD when you guys are going to report the number of positive cases to the state? Or, I mean, you said the task force, is that CCSD's task force, COVID task force, that's made up of at the administrators here at the administrative building, or is that at New Mexico Ped's task force?
Board Member George, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides. Ms. George, the task force is at Central Consolidated School District site. It has a combination of HR staff, health staff, along with myself and a director. The numbers are tracked through a spreadsheet at each site. And then if you pull up Central Consolidated Schools District website, you can look at that spreadsheet. It gives you the percentage and the spread rate at schools that they're experiencing for the week.
Okay, thank you. I've seen that that COVID report that's for the district, and it has it specifically outlined by, positive cases to staff and whatnot, students and everything. But Mr. Benavides, can we get that that question answered for the response from the CCSD COVID response team as to when they decide what that number is? Because that's kind of concerning for our staff and students.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, sure, we can get that. I will defer to the ladies there to talk about that if necessary, but if we don't get you the answer right now, we can. I don't see a problem with that.
And I just have one more, one more question, Mr. President, real quick?
Go ahead.
May I get an update on the KN95 mask update to the district?
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, I think we addressed that last meeting, but we can give you an update. We have, I believe, Mr. Yazi's on there. He can give you how many are in warehouse right now, and but we have them in stock as you had requested. So we have ordered more, and they're on their way.
Okay, I have another question, Mr. Benavides. The KN95 mask, they're non-medical, right? So they don't need to be fitted for every district to uphold issuing out those, or just having it available to the staff or students at the school. And then also, I know that there has been some, well, I don't know, I think at some certain schools, there's been some that were given N95 masks. It's the green mask. Were those provided by the district?
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, I'm not sure about that. I can defer to Mr. Grego or Ms. Sutherland on that. As far as the green mask, I'm not sure.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. President.
I have a couple of comments, Board President.
Go ahead.
My comment is in regards to the task force and who is on the task force. My recommendation is that school personnel directly at the sites, some of the personnel should be on that task force. It doesn't really make sense to me why only admin people would be on that task force, especially when you're dealing with the safety of schools. The people at the schools know the schools best. And I was looking at the list. There was a list that came out earlier, and I didn't see any of the principals or any staff members on there. And maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. And then my second comment is I would really strongly suggest that the N95 masks and hand sanitizer and any other safety equipment be given directly to schools without having the schools have to ask for it. I think that should just be basic protocol. I don't know why they would just be sitting at the warehouse. We're talking about the safety of our students, safety of the staff, and in that same sense, the safety of the families. So I think that those things, that process needs to be improved, because we don't wait until there's an outbreak. We should be proactive in a sense instead of reactive. Thank you.
I agree with that sentiment. I think they ought to be available in the schools, but I think that the school needs to be aware of how many they have, of how many they need, and responsible to request those as their supplies are used, rather than just ship out from the warehouse and so many, because the warehouse is not can't be aware, I don't believe, of the needs of the individual schools. I think the schools need to be forthcoming and order those. I think they need to be responsible for it, rather than have the warehouse just ship them out. That's my concern.
Yeah.
Clarification, Board President.
Yes.
I've received indication from the schools that they're not receiving the N95 masks. That's the reason I made my comment. I don't think if they're available, then say they're available and set up a process on how to request those masks, not waiting for smoke signals to come to the administration and to the warehouse. I think those processes should be in place and so that they're easily accessible. Thank you.
I visited personally with the supervisor of the warehouse, and she indicated to me that they were available there, and all that they had to do is request them. So I can personally ask that again, find out that information for you, Ms. Askey. I
Appreciate that, board president, but I think that would lie on the superintendent's shoulders. Thank you.
President Wells, Vice President Heskey, members of the board. So all the principals are aware. It's been put in the meetings that they have with the principals. They can request anytime. The process has been pretty seamless. Mr. Grego ensures every time he goes out and does a check, he ensures and checks in with each of the principals to see if they need anything. So I think both of you are correct that the process can be even faster, but it's also there are times that the school site may not want them because they have no room for them. And so I think it's a good suggestion on both of your ends, and we can take care of that, but it is available. So just want to make that very clear.
I have one more question.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yes, I'm aware from the warehouse itself that they are available. I've seen them visually, so I know they are there.
I have one more question after Ms. George, Secretary George, if I can. Thank you.
She's deferring to you, Ms. Askey.
Go ahead.
Oh, then when is the last time that Mr. Griegos, or how often does he check, and when was the last time he checked with the schools? Thank you.
Vice President Heskey, President Wells, members of the board, I'll let him answer that question, but before I turn it over to him, again, I want to make this very clear. All the principals have been advised of this information via their meetings, their weekly or biweekly meetings. But Mr. Grego, you want to answer that for Vice President Heskey, please?
Vice President Heskey, Vice President of the board, Superintendent Benavides. Yes, I when I go to a school site, I'll check to see if principals need any PPE. I'm also available by email. I have cloth masks with filters in my office specifically for requests that any of the principals have. In fact, Mr. Archuleta, the athletic director, requested some masks for some sports teams that were traveling. I provided him with the mask. I've also provide the mask when it's requested, or just check on the schools to make sure that their hand sanitizer station workings are filled, and they have a supply of surgical masks on hand to provide for anybody who needs one.
Well, I appreciate that effort, but I still continuously get reports in regards to the lack of hand sanitizers and other things. So if that message can continue to be conveyed out to the schools, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Vice President Heskey, President Wells, members of the board, if you can text me that information to those sites that aren't getting what they need, we'll get out to them tomorrow first thing in the morning. Not a worry there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ms. George, you had a...
Yes, I have 3 questions. If the principals, Mr. Superintendent, if the principals are aware and they're being told that they can request this, can we get that in writing from the principals? Just for
cover all bases.
Just to cover all bases, because this is a pandemic and we have to abide by state and federal policies and guidelines. Second, our athletes should have the KN95 mask because they're going out to different counties where the cases could be higher. And then the N95K mask doesn't sit like a regular cloth mask, or it doesn't actually sit on their face or their mouth. It actually gives them a little bit more breathing room because it stands up a little bit. So I would like to have our athletes ensured that we're taking their safety as they go out to games, away games, and coming back. Third, the biohazard bags. Every health office should have biohazard bags every day. I don't know why we're waiting for them to be ordered, because you deal with, I mean, we have a blood-borne pathogens training that every employee takes when the school year starts, and that is a requirement. Where are we putting our bandages and with bodily fluids if we're waiting on biohazard bags? That is unacceptable. Thank you. That's it.
President Wells, Secretary George, members of the board, for your first question, as far as principals, I'll be more than happy to relay to the principals that the board is requesting that they have something in writing that they've received it. That's not a problem there at all. So as far as the masks for the 95, it's not a requirement under NMAA. They again, I want to make this clear, they have options to do that. However, one of the things that athletes have stated when they're playing basketball and they're wearing the thicker mask, they don't want to wear them in the first place. To be honest with you, a lot of the athletes would rather not wear it because they're inside and that kind of stuff. But to your point, we can provide them for them, and they always have that option. As Mr. Griego stated earlier, he has worked with District AD to make sure that they have the masks that they need. And then the third, remind me what your third point was?
The biohazard bags.
Biohazard bags, they can address that in the presentation that they're going to be talking about now. If you have any other further questions on that,
Okay,
hopefully that helps.
Yeah, thank you. Just for the clarification on the athletes with N95K mask, I know it's not a requirement, but I'm just saying we have that obligation as a district to provide that to our students, especially our athletes when they leave the county. It's not a requirement, but it's something that we should offer them for our accountability to say, we care about you and we want you to be in the best health that you can possibly leave our district and come back to our district. And also I'd like to hear from the students, the athletes, if they're willing to come up and address us and let us know themselves how they feel about the mask. I just don't want to hear from administration. I like to hear from the students.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, you are more than welcome to talk to any individual you want about the athletes. You can go to a game, you can talk to them individually and ask them those questions. That's part of your privy as a board member. Again, I want to make it very clear for everybody out there, we can offer them masks. We have them available at the request. That's not a problem at all. Recognizing that it's not a requirement, I agree with you that we should provide them if they want them. So just want to make sure that everybody's clear that we can offer them those types of masks.
Thank you.
President Wells?
Yes.
Oh, I was just going to say that board member Aspis is back online. She's been back online since, I think, in the last 15 minutes.
Yes, Meg?
Okay. Christina, do you have a comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I've been listening to the conversation, and as to Ms. Haskey, Vice President Haskey's question to Griego about when the last time that check was made with the principals, that was never answered. I'd like to hear that answer. When was the last time you did that check?
Secretary Aspis, President Wells, members of the board. I went and checked on the Kirtland schools this week. I am in constant communication with the principals. Ojo Elementary contacted me today in reference to an incident that occurred out there. I have daily communication with the principals when they need me. I also do site visits. This week I was also at a Shiprock High School on the baseball fields. So it's daily that I have contact with the schools.
Okay, and what about Newcomb? What about career prep? What about Nosh Chitty? What about those areas?
Secretary Aspis, President Wells, members of the board, yes, I do have contact with them as well. If I don't make it out there for that day, they email me or contact me if they need me, or if they need PPE, or if there's a safety concern. I'm in constant communication with them.
Okay, and well, thank you for doing those things. And as a lot of the questions, that this is very important because, and I believe Secretary George mentioned about providing, that extra safety for our students and our athletes, and I believe that should be done, and because that's the money that came in, and that's what it was intended for, and so I believe that we should stay atop of this situation, and as far as, and I go back to why it was said, and I think people know that a lot of our families are multi-generational families at home. So you don't just have one family unit, you have, 2, 3. And so for that reason, a lot of times it's the elderly, and those are the ones that are susceptible to this. And so when a student, say an athlete, is in contact or exposed or in the area, and then they come home, they're most likely to transmit that. So I believe whatever we can do, and because that's what the money was intended for, and is to make sure that our students, and when they go home, that they're safe and that they know they're safe. And secondly, Superintendent Benavides, what guidelines are you practicing as far as the district's concerned?
Board Member Aspis, President Wells, members of the board, could you be more specific on what guidelines that I'm following, or your question, please?
Yes, there's the PED guidelines, there's Navajo Nation guidelines, there's the board, what they accepted as guidelines. Which one are you practicing?
Board Member Aspis, President Wells, members of the board, are you referring to the toolkit, or are you still not clear? I apologize that I don't understand.
It doesn't matter what I'm referring to. I'm asking you, Superintendent, what are you following? Which one are you telling your administrators to follow?
I hope I answer this question. Board Member Aspis, President Wells, members of the board, if I understand the question correctly, we are following the NMPD toolkit. And that's what guides us. I hope, because I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'm trying my best to make sure that hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that is the conference that we attended, that one of the presenters there, which was Steinhaus, which was the chair of the education committee.
Senator Souls?
Yes, and there was another gentleman, I don't remember that name, but they, really emphasized that it was the board, the local control, the board is the one that sets the tone. And that legislation that's, they didn't want to go that route. They wanted to have each community or the local board set those guidelines and what was best for their for their area. So that's why I'm asking. And so So because in the past, for a few months there, I asked that the COVID guidelines be a standing item on the agenda, and then all of a sudden, whoever made that decision was a lone decision. It wasn't a board decision, but took that item off the agenda where we weren't hearing any updates or and this is a pandemic. This has taken many lives, and especially among our area, our elderly people. That needs to stay on the agenda, and we need to constantly be informed on what's happening within our district and with our students and our staff, everyone. So because of that, that's why I'm asking that question. Which are you taking? Which are you following? Because as far as the board's concerned, you know, we really haven't. We've just kind of adopted, or I don't even know if I should say adopted, New Mexico PED guidelines. So, and I think, you know, we all have to keep that in mind. But this past conference, that's what was really emphasized. Thank you.
Board member Aspis, President Wells, members of the board, very good comment. Talked to Secretary Steinhaus, and his reference to the local control is making local decisions based on that. And so I think the board has done a really good job during the pandemic, at least as far as I've been here, in keeping those concerns on. I believe it was you that brought the agenda item up last board meeting, that we keep the COVID update on there as a standing action item until further notice. And that's why we have it on again today. And I have no problem with leaving it on the board. One other point of clarification, just so everybody's out there, and I can get clarification from Ms. Sutherland, but I'm pretty sure that the New Mexico toolkit mirrors or vice versa or are the same. A Navajo Nation's toolkit is, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident that two are very, very, very similar. So we use both of them as a point of clarification, Board Member Aspis, President Wells, members of the board.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. George.
Okay, I have a statement and a question. You just brought up the Navajo Nation COVID protocols. Navajo Nation had their schools closed during a pandemic, but now that you brought that up and you're saying that they coincide, we opened up our schools. And I know that's the state side because you guys say we get state funding, we get state money, but your buildings are on Navajo Nation. It's a sovereign nation. And the sovereignty wasn't upheld. It wasn't respected in that circumstance. But moving on to this next question, is the CCSD Rapid Response Task Force, are they the ones that are in control of this KN95 mask issuance? Are they the ones that are saying, because I've heard this going on now for a while, even when I was still employed. I know when I was still employed for the district that cloth masks were abundant. We got all donations for the cloth mask from the chapter houses when they got that rapid response funding. The district didn't really go out and pay for that with the money that they got. They got that as they have such an overflow from the chapter houses, the community, that they donated it to the district. And that's what we used for a long time. And I know when this pandemic really started, I know that the health offices were issued KN95 masks, and it was only to be issued to the health staff, and maybe the SPED department. And then after that, when I requested that it should be it should be available for any staff or any student who voluntarily wanted it for extra precautions. I know that there is the reason why I would like something in writing from the principals or at the principal staff meetings from the staff, because there's a, how do you say it? There's two sides. Mr. Griego saying that all they have to do is the principals just let him know, he'll get the KN95 mask to the schools. But on the other side of that, it's been said that only N95 masks will be available to health staff and the SPED department, not to regular staff in the school, and that they have to be fitted. We're not talking about medical K95 masks, because yes, those have to be fitted. A regular KN95 mask, non-medical, does not need to be fitted for an individual. And I know the process to order from the schools is through School Dude. So I would like a report from School Dude because it tracks the staff's name, it tracks the order number, it tracks the date, the time that a request has been put in for any kind of inventory that the schools or staff need. And I think that will alleviate a lot of the issue here with the N95K mask. I would like a report on that. From every school, who put in for inventory for a KN95 mask to be given to their school district. And I would like to see if there was any denial, what type of denial was typed in for the schools not to receive it, because that goes through warehouse. There's a discrepancy, and I like for it to be, this is where we're talking about accountability and transparency. There's a double standard.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, the only comment I have on that is we can get you what you need. I just want to make something very, very, very clear. There was confusion at the beginning about who can qualify for that mask. Anytime anybody requests something, if there's an issue, they can even call me, they can come see me. I have an open door policy, so we will get those masks out. But I want to make it very clear that the sites have that autonomy to request that. And it's the principals. If the principals aren't getting what they need, they can call us. I mean, they call us for a lot of different things. And I've gone to all the sites. I've checked in with the principals. One of my tasks when I'm out in the sites is to check in with the principals. And I ask the teachers, do you need anything? Can I get you anything? Or do you need anything at all? And you can check with any of the schools. I've done that several times. The point that I'm trying to make is ultimately, and we will make it available. I want to make it very clear for everybody. Those things are available for those sites. And if it's a matter of them not wanting to fill it out and us spoon-feed them, then we're caught in catch-22. President Wells brought up the issue of us just giving all these things away. And then we have other members saying that we should give it to them. So again, we can keep track of that. We can get you the School Dude. But again, if an individual needs a mask, it's as simple as asking for it. In fact, we'll make a run tomorrow and we'll give everybody a mask and make sure it's documented. We'll have every employee sign for it, and whether they use it or not, we'll have that. But again, I want to make it very clear, absolutely very clear, that they have access to these masks. That's why we have a bunch of them in warehouse that are just sitting there because they haven't been asked for. And we will make that available. I'm not sure how we can make it even more available than we would do, but Mr. Griego can, tomorrow morning, he can go to each site and have everybody sign for 2 masks if they want it. If not, they'll sign that they denied it. But we have that option, and I hope that answers your question.
I have a comment, Board President Wells.
Yes, Ms. Asmus, go ahead.
I really don't like that word, that analogy being used, spoon feeding. Spoon feed all you can, especially when lives are at stake. I lost a father. And again, I say we are in a pandemic. Yes, there's no rule book. And a lot of this is new, but we need to stay up top and take it seriously. Thank you.
George, next question.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Benavides, I am very offended by the wording spoon-filled fed.
I never said spoon-fed.
You said spoon-filled fed, I wrote it down. And you know what? That is unacceptable, coming from a leadership position, telling us, the board, you're our employee. And then that type of thinking, that type of talking, it trickles down to your leadership, to your directors, to your coordinators, to the principals, micromanaging, talking to them, putting them down, undermining them. We are all working adults in this district. A lot of people have master's, doctor's degrees, but there's no common sense. Excuse me, but that really offends me. If you're talking to your bosses, Mr. Superintendent, like that, I can imagine, and I know for a fact that our staff in the school system, in the trenches, digging, working for our students, are being undermined, are being told off, are being reprimanded, are being treated unfairly. I know that goes on. I've seen it. You cannot tell me that does not happen. And for that to be allowed in the leadership key positions, your cabinet, like I said, it trickles down. And I've seen coordinators, I've seen directors behave this way and talk this way. It's unexcusable. It is unprofessional. We have board policies for staff conduct. In fact, it was just on one of, it was just here. I think we covered it when it came out one time. I think that, if we have to spoon feed our staff, as you say, then let's do it. They're not here for you, Mr. Superintendent. They're not here for the board, for the coordinators and the directors. They're here for the students. That's the only way that's the only thing that gets them up in the morning coming to school. They walk into that school building and they address almost every kid by name. If not, they talk to them personally. Your staff, your teachers, your school support staff are there. No other reason for those students. So if we have to spoon feed our staff, I'll personally go down to the schools. If I'll do it. I have worked in the trenches with these staff. And I'm really offended. I have been down in the trenches with them. And you know what it looks like looking up to the top? We have a shovel here. We're doing this. Everybody, principals, teachers, support staff, and the administration is just sitting up here on top of their trenches, just looking down, having coffee, talking, having a good old time, goofing around, whatever. You guys are not, the administration here is not doing the work. It's down in the trenches in the schools. The bus drivers, the support staff in the warehouses, the maintenance guys. Those are the ones that are doing the work. And you talk about spoon-filled fed. I'm very offended. And I think we need to apologize to the whole district for that.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, respectfully, I didn't say that. I said we can walk them through it and we can have them sign for those masks. I didn't say spoon-fed. I'm not sure. We can rewind the tape at a necessary time, but be aware that we have to be real careful about how how you're addressing me right now.
Well,
And-
you keep the same back, I'm here to ensure that our students and our staff are taken care of, and I don't appreciate the undermining, but thank you.
It's not, Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, respectfully, I was agreeing with you that we could even account for it more. If you listen to what I said, I specifically said that we can walk them through it, that we can have them sign for it so you can see that they're denying it or accepting it. Not once did I imply that we need to spoon feed them, and I respectfully disagree with you on that. And it's our job to support the schools. They're not my teachers, they're not my staff, they're our staff. And that's how I look at it. That's part of what we do here. And I, again, respectfully disagree with you on that. I was very clear on where and how we can do that to support what you're saying.
I'm done.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
I'd like to make a comment, Board President.
Go ahead.
I would just like to, I think with everything that's been said, I would just like to reiterate that all of our priority is our students and our staff members there at CCSD. I just want to make sure, and I think Secretary George stated this before too, that all of us, our priorities is the safety of the students and the families, the trickle down effect to everybody, to our community members. And I think that I would just like to, as Board Member Aspis had stated, that we continue to monitor this and not overlook this, because we are still in the middle of a pandemic, and we are still trying to keep our families safe. So in an effort to do that, we just want the continue maybe more diligence in keeping us abreast of what's being done, not just at the district level, but also at the schools, to make sure that they're properly equipped. And that's just to reiterate that's a huge priority for all of us, and that it's a team effort. So please make that a priority. Thank you.
President Wells, members of the board, those board members that were here prior to your and Secretary George's arrival, it was, and I'm very proud of this, that the site principals chose it upon themselves to implement the mask at their sites. They were the ones. This was done before the governor made that mandate. So we are working our best. And one thing that needs to be also clarified, warehouse was down for about a week and a half because we had COVID cases. So we couldn't get stuff out. And they're doing a phenomenal job. I recognize them every chance I get as far as making a priority with keeping our kids in school. It is our top priority. And I respectfully want you to be aware that it is something that we do a phenomenal job. Could we even do better? Probably. But this is 2 years in this pandemic. And we've had people go down and we've had to cover for them and issue that stuff out. So I want to make it very clear that our staff and our students are priority. It shows because our sites are still functioning and still going to school. We've had a couple go down for a couple of days, but for the most part, those principals and those staff members are doing a phenomenal job of keeping kids safe and being able to be in person. Thank you, President Wells, members of the board.
Do you have anything further?
No, sir.
I do not have anything to add either.
Ms. Aspis? I don't see her up there.
President Wells, Ms. Aspis is on the.
Hello?
Yes.
I just wanted to share that we can, have those masks and provide it, but there's also training and, properly wearing it, not fitted, but there's, just a general training. And I wonder if they realize that. And so I just wanted to add that, and as we were talking about the mask, that the different types that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. If we have nothing further on that, then we report on wellness policy. Mr. Griego and Christy Brown.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent Benavides. We're here tonight to discuss the status update for the wellness policy. It's going to be presented by myself, but I also have many members on this call this evening just to be here for support. So next slide, please. First off, we just want to tell you what a wellness policy is and who provides the guidance on the wellness policy. A wellness policy is a written document that guides our school district's efforts to create supportive school nutrition, physical activity, health and safety environments, social emotional well-being, and health services. Part of this wellness policy is designed by the SHAC, which is also known as the School Health Advisory Council, which is a group of individuals representing segments of the community district to provide advice and guidance to the district on coordinated school health programming and its impact on student and staff health and learning. Next slide, please. As you can see here, we have very many members of our School Health Advisory Council. We have PE teachers, health assistants, nurses, directors, coordinators, the intercultural outreach personnel, the assistant superintendent. In the past, we have had board members be part of our School Health Advisory Council. We also have outside agency members, anywhere from San Juan County Partnerships, Healthy Schools, Capacity Builders, IHS, New Mexico Public Education Department, and the New Mexico Department of Health. Next slide, please. The SHAC focus is, again, the components we go over and talk about is school nutrition, physical activity, health and safety environments, social emotional well-being, health and health services. In the past year and a half, probably about a year, the CCSD SHAC team has met 7 times thus far this year, focusing on the following: policy review and study of recommendations for new programs and resources to support wellness for CCSD students and staff, partnership support from agencies such as Johns Hopkins University, San Juan County, IHS, Northern Navajo Medical Center, Capacity Builders, New Mexico Healthy Kids, and others. We also are partnered with the New Mexico Public Education Department and the New Mexico Department of Health. We'd like to thank you and thank the board and the community for the interest and support of our wellness initiatives here in the Central Consolidated School District. We stand for questions.
Thank you for that report. Are there any questions from the board?
I have some questions.
Ms. George.
Thank you for that report. Going back to the members of the SHAC, there's PE teachers on there, I see, but there's no actual staff teachers, and there's no like regular teachers in the schools that are on there. And there, I don't see any students elect or put on there. I don't see any parents of students. And I don't see any of our communities represented, Shiprock community, Newcomb, and Kirtland, teachers, staff, or parents. And then you said you met 7 times within the last year. Can we have that documentation of the sign-in sheet? And also, there's 8 components of the wellness policy, and 3 are missing. And is there a new program under the safety environments? Because I haven't seen that update. Was that, I mean, and I don't see any like LEAs on there. What's the reasoning for that?
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, if you'd like something specific that we can address, we can give that to you. It's a lot of information, a lot of questions that you have. We'll be more than happy to provide that to you, so you have what the information you need. As far as the selection of the staff members, these are people that are volunteering their time along with work on top of what they're doing. We'll be more than happy to accommodate anybody else that would like to replace them if it's not diverse enough, but we'll be more than happy to do that.
What I'm asking is relevant to the report. This is not just started. This is a federal and state requirement for all school districts in New Mexico. So this is nothing new, and this is nothing out of the ordinary. And why I'm asking this is this policy has been outdated for about 4 years. And it hasn't been updated. It was even on the district website for years. It was so outdated that half of the people on there, or either not even employed, or the kids graduated. This is nothing new. It's something that should have been done by the health and wellness coordinator back then. And even our mental health, social and emotional well-being has not been updated. And we have a school psychologist. Why are these things not updated? This is a federal and state regulation. That's a requirement for every district. And if you had this, you could have thrown in the KN95 mask and had all this, what we just talked about, could have been handled in this. It would have been a public notice and public inquirement that we wouldn't have just had the conversation that we had if this was already implemented. And it wasn't. And I'd like to see the sign-ins, because I have not seen seven meetings. And our nutrition education, it's not been updated. The health services, we could have got a bunch of reports for what's going on with IHS, with the vaccinations, with the bag, the biohazard bags, with all kinds of information. If that's what this shack is for.
Ms. Brown, you had a comment or an answer?
Yes, I did forget to add when I was giving this presentation that we have been working with, as you can tell, the outside agencies. So New Mexico Department of Health and New Mexico Public Education Department has worked with our SHAC core members that we have made this year to actually update the current wellness policy. So that is what we're doing, and we have actually met and went into different groups and talked about certain things that they would like to implement. So we are in the process right now of revising the wellness policy and adding all of these new components to that.
When was this members of the School Health Advisory Council, when was that made? What's the date that this all was made?
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, are you asking when this committee first came together? Or if you could be more specific, I actually don't understand if you're asking about these people, because there's a lot of new people on that committee as well.
I'm asking when the first meeting was, when these people that are listed here attended all together at the 7 meetings, and when this advisory council was made up.
Ms. Brown, can you answer that question? If not, Ms. Sutherland, can you answer that question?
I don't have the exact dates, but actually I do have SHAC agendas that I do have that these members were present at. We have had 2 big SHAC meetings within the last year, but we've also had 4 or 5 additional, including the New Mexico Department of Health and New Mexico Public Education Department added to those.
Mr. Benavides, I'm not, that's a poor excuse, because this has just not happened. And I'd like to know when this right here, what's up on the share screen, when that was done, a date that it was done.
Secretary George, President Wells, member, or we can get you a date. Ms. Brown, can you write that down and get me that date, please? And if I'm not mistaken, there's also, I could be wrong. I'll ask the Ms. Brown and Ms. Southern to answer, but I thought this was done every 3 years. I could be wrong on that.
It's a try one, so it's, yeah.
I have a question. Are these members on these boards, is this voluntary? Is this, do they volunteer these?
Yes, President Wells, they are, along with the other duties that they have assigned to them, they are doing this. And if you notice to the right, there are liaisons there from PED. So when there's a meeting, they can coordinate this stuff together. It's a lot of work. And again, on the rotation, if we, in the last 3 years, I think you mentioned, Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, I believe you mentioned, Secretary, that it wasn't updated prior or 4 years ago. If it was 3 years ago, as an example, then it's due to be updated again in its cycle. So, but Ms. Brown can get you that information, and she can give you specific times when it's due or when it needs to be updated as a requirement, if I'm not mistaken, from PED.
Mr. Benavides, I would like for you to really check on your coordinators and your directors. There's no excuse for this Health Advisory Council, this SHAC, to be outdated. And I believe the reason why there's no answer is because it was just done quickly, just to throw something together and report to the board. Here you go. Because I did this job alone. I didn't have an assistant. I didn't have anybody else helping me. I did this by myself. So there's no excuse, absolutely no excuse for coordinator and a director for this not to be updated. This is federal and state policy. This is what it's an open Bible, if you would call it that. This is all these 8 components are live documents. And that's how a district should be running on these live 8 components.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, thank you for your input, Secretary George.
May I, Board President?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Asmus.
Okay, listening to that conversation, Superintendent Benavides, I believe the board as a whole needs to look into the archives, pull out all necessary documents that prove that we weren't in violation of this federal and state mandate. So I would like all that information. Oh, today is Thursday, possibly by the middle of next week. Thank you.
President, Secretary Aspis, President Wells, members of the board. Yeah, we can get that for you, not a problem. Board Member Aspis. Ms. Sutherland, you want to jump in here?
Sure. Good evening, Board President, Board Vice President, board members, Superintendent. We are aware of the components and the compliance, and Christy's done a great job of getting this together. We are aware that last year was COVID, and so they did give leniency. They did meet a few times. This year, like Christy said, they've met 7 times. They're required to meet 4. These are all voluntary positions. We've had some parents that have tried to sign or wanted to sign up, but just didn't make the meetings. We are guided by New Mexico PD. They're the ones that are working with the team to ensure that the compliance, it's a template, it's like our safety plans, they're due, they're reviewed. And so we are able to, keep accurate information. And they did finish, right now they're reviewing the SEL part, social emotional. And what they do is they work with the team completes it, turns it in, and then PD gives the recommendation. And actually they've been sitting with us. They've complimented us on the work that's been done by the group. We have all that in writing, that they give kudos after the meetings. I am confident in saying that this is not something that we're not taking serious. This is something that we truly believe in. We're all here for the kids, and we're all here for the health and the safety, and we're trying our best during these times. You're right, the teachers, the students, the parents, everybody's very overwhelmed. We hear it all the time, and we're trying to just alleviate what we can and make it the best. And this team is a good team. They're talking about what they could do not only for students, but the staff. And again, we are being transparent. We aren't hiding, because the people that are above us at PD and New Mexico DOH, making sure that we're in compliance, are working hand in hand with us. So if, we need to give more information, that's great. I can guarantee you that this was not done just to throw together for the board. It was exciting to be able to present to the board because of the hard work, if anything. So I'll stand for questions.
I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
So everything that's been said, I still would like by the middle of next week, all the information, the history in this program, and that we're fulfilling those requirements. Thank you.
Mr. Benavides, did you hear that comment by Ms. Aspis?
President Wells, members of the board, yes.
Will you be able to do that then?
President Wells, members of the board, yes.
Thank you. Another comment.
Along with what Ms. Aspis is requesting, I'd also like to have a report from each individual school should have a SHAC advisory team as well. It's stated in the policy. I would like to have that and the sign-in sheets of the 7 meetings that took place.
Ms. Brown, do you have that available?
President Wells, members of the board, we will take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Ms. Haskey?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Asmus?
No.
Thank you. Moving on. Request for approval of gift or donation for food services. Jerome Aramillo.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Board President, board members, and Superintendent Benavides. I'm presenting today on they are tri-tower cutlery dispensers that were donated from Georgia Pacific. They're currently in the warehouse, and I'm asking approval so we can issue these out to our 14 sites. As you can see on the screen, it was a value of about $4,500. It was a free gift donation. I'll have to purchase the plastic cutlery from our distributor, Labatt, and we will fill the towers. The students will be able to access their plastic cutlery during lunch and breakfast. And this is no touch, it's sensor. So again, it's during COVID, you know, we're not trying to spread germs, and it's just a good donation for the district.
And who was this from? Who is it being donated by?
Georgia Pacific, and there
I saw that. Through who?
Through them company. They contacted me and they provided the tri-towers, and all we will have to do is purchase the cutlery. So Dixie is the manufacturer, but the company is Georgia Pacific.
And they provided the towers and where to provide the cutlery. Is that what you're?
Yes, sir. Yes, Board President. The towers were free, and now we're just responsible for filling them up and keeping them stocked as the students, you know, go through the line every day and get their lunch and breakfast. Because right now we're currently using individually wrapped plastic forks that have a napkin, and that's kind of more expensive. These are going to save us money.
A packet. What we're using now is a cutlery packet then, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will it be necessary then to purchase cutlery from the provider of this dispenser? Can we use?
No, it has to be a specific Dixie cutlery. It takes those specific types. It can't be any other one.
Okay, I understand the reduction in price. I also understand that perhaps this is a carrot on a stick to
yeah, I think
entice us to purchase from the Dixie cutlery then.
Right. I think that's kind of how they got me, but I'm asking for approval to get it into the schools.
President Wells, members of the board, may I make a comment?
Certainly.
President Wells, you bring up an excellent point. There's a lot of companies out there that will give a donation or ask for a donation to be accepted with the idea that we would purchase them. It's within your discretion to accept them or not. And you have some time to think about that at Tuesday's meeting. Appreciate Mr. Armijo bringing this in front of the board, because it is a double-edged sword. Yes, we're going to provide them and those type of things, but then we purchase their product, which could be at a higher rate. We would have to consider where we where we would buy them through CES or that threshold. So that's just something to consider. Thank you, Board President, members of the board.
I would think that before we just go ahead and accept this generous gift that we consider the real reason behind it and what we might be setting ourselves up for.
Sure, President Wells, members of the board, Mr. Armijo can, excuse me, Mr. Armijo can do some research to see what these utensils cost and compare that to what we're doing now. We can get that to you before Tuesday. That way you can make a sound decision whether or not you want to accept these as a donation or not.
I'm not opposed to accepting donations, but if I tend to be a little cautious where there are strings attached.
Absolutely, as you should be.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Askew.
Is this going to be provided for across the school district in all the cafeterias, or is it just to particular the particular schools?
They would be provided for all the schools in the district, for Newcomb, Nosh Chitty, Kirtland, Shiprock, and Oho.
Okay, great. And I'll look out for that, the comparison in terms of the, I guess, the price analysis. If that could be sent, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Yes, Ms. George. Go ahead.
There's 39 that are going to be that were donated, correct?
30.
Oh, 30. Okay. And if we could just get that differential price report with what they're currently using now versus the Dixie replenishment that we'll have to do, that would be appreciated.
Okay, I will get that out to you as soon as possible.
Anything else? Any other questions for Mr. Aramillo?
No, thank you for the information.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Moving on. Threshold increase. Donovan Yazzie.
President Wells, members of the board, may I address the board really quick before Mr. Yazzie gives his report?
Go ahead.
President Wells, members of the board, President Wells, Secretary George, one thing that you may or may not be aware of was I believe it was in November and December, Ms. Vice President Haskey can correct me if I'm wrong, or Ms. Ray, there was an item for a review of the policy to consider the increase threshold. That was tabled for a third reading. And so what we're doing tonight is bringing that to your attention, not for the third reading, but in consideration of future, that you guys do want to bring that back up to the table for the third reading of that. This is what it's in reference to. I hope that kind of clarifies why Mr. Yazzie is presenting. Vice President Haskey, am I correct on that?
Yes, you are correct.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. Mr. Yazzie?
One question before.
Yes, sir.
You're saying that this is just an FYI, not a second reading?
Correct. Yes, sir. What it is the board went through a first and a second reading, and the board tabled it for a third reading, which is required for policy change in CCSD's policy handbook. And so in light of that, if the board decides that they do want a third reading, and they do decide that they want to do that, Mr. Yazzie's report will help clarify some of the issues that were brought up at that meeting. If I'm not mistaken, again, Ms. Haskey can correct me if I'm wrong, they wanted a little bit more information, and that's what we're doing tonight for for the 2 new board members and for the past. It's just, as you said, an FYI. I hope that answers your question. Board President, members of the board. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. Mr. Benavides, I had a question before we start.
Yes, ma'am.
So if the board opts not to have this third reading, then we don't have to do the third reading? That would be only for the policy change, correct?
Correct. And if you want it, you could. You are absolutely correct, Vice President Haskey, President Wells, members of the board. And I've seen it happen where they've done a third reading and then they don't vote on it for policy. So that's another consideration for you as well. If I'm mistaken, we have general counsel on there that can clarify that for you, but I believe you're correct, Vice President Haskey.
Okay. And since we didn't approve an agenda or anything, then I can just say my recommendation is I don't want to hear the third reading. I did review the information earlier, and I don't see the question that was really the question that I asked. The information that I asked was from regarding the auditor. So I prefer not to have a third reading, but I'll leave that to the decision of input from the other board members. Thank you.
Vice President Haskey, President Wells, members of the board. We are still working on that. We have on that issue. I believe that you brought that to my attention, and so we're working on an expert in the field, so to speak, so we can get you specific information for a presentation. So we haven't forgot about that. That is the board's choice, as you said, for that consideration, if the board wants to do that. But Mr. Yazzi's department felt that the board needed some more information. What you guys do with this information is totally up to the board, but they wanted to make sure that you guys had all the information.
Thank you.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I have a comment. Okay, regarding this whole presentation, I believe when it was first presented, and we had a particular policy, and then it went into 2 other policies, and then the last reading we ended up in the 3rd policy. So those weren't really transparent in the agenda when it was written in the agenda. So those were my concerns. And then, so for this matter, I don't want to continue it anymore. I'm with Ms. Haskey. And then she requested twice about an auditor's opinion, and that hasn't taken place. So in my opinion, I think the policy should stay as is and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to allow this discussion tonight to go forward because I wish to hear more information on it. I'm one of the 2 new ones. And just so that I have more information on it, I would like for this presentation or this discussion to move forward if there are no objections to that. Ms. George?
Yeah, just for, I'll just hear it just because I'm new, but this is in regards to giving the superintendent 10,000 or up to 10,000, was it the last time, to just disseminate as he pleases or where he sees appropriate, correct?
It says here over 60,000.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, just as a point of caution, I think that that comment may be answered. I would highly recommend that you listen to it. And you guys, again, this is for informational. This is making sure you guys understand the full thing. The finance department spent a lot of time putting this together, and they have their reasons. This isn't something that that would give ultimate power to me, so to speak, that's been put out there. I just highly recommend, as respectful as we can, that they spent a lot of time putting this work together, and highly recommend that that they go through the presentation, then you can ask questions respectfully. Board President, members of the board.
Thank you. I will allow that. Ms. Askey, do you have any opposition to that?
I guess in terms of just for your knowledge, but I've heard it already. Just for your information, I mean, it's for your information, then I don't have any objections on that sense, but in terms of the decision, that decision has already been made. And for me, I'm speaking only for myself, unless there's other pertinent information that's going to be forthcoming. I did review the presentation, and I appreciate the effort that went into it, but it really it doesn't cover the information that I was asking for. But I don't have any objections with the new board members viewing the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Askey. Ms. Asmus? Then go ahead and with the presentation for my information, and please.
Thank you. Good evening, President Wells, members of the board, and Superintendent Benavides. Thank you for this opportunity to present to the board our presentation. So the Finance Department has been working collaboratively with the local school sites regarding some of the concerns they've had at each of the different levels. So we're going to go ahead and in just a little bit, I'll turn this over to Christy Walter, our procurement specialist here with the district. I just want to go ahead and let everyone know too that this is relating to the threshold increases that are processed through the procurement office. So we do have to follow certain guidelines relating to purchases within the Central Consolidated School District. Just to let the board know, as well as the general public, that we do have here in our business office, there's 4 of us within this business office who are certified with the state of New Mexico. We do hold a certification as far as agents to look at and review purchases that happen within the school district. So we're requesting the board's review relating to purchases that are happening within the district so that we can better serve the students in our community. Some of the things that we have come across is relating to purchases happening at the local level when they reach our level due to the threshold that our purchasing procurement officer here is going to be presenting to everyone. They're going to be presenting information relating to some of the comments made at the local levels and what's happening due to this particular threshold that's there, and how much of how it's impacting the students that are level at this here at each of the sites. Our effort is to provide the services to the students and provide materials and teaching materials to them, but there's a cap in the threshold that is less than what statutory requirements is allowing us to have. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Walter.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christy Walter. So thank you for letting us present to you. President Wells, members of the board, and Superintendent Benavides. So on the slide here, we have an excerpt from our CCSD Business Office Procedures, and it specifically identifies the procurement code that we as a district have to uphold. And it does entail that we also have to abide by the local board of education or governing policies. Next slide, please. So off of the business policy that we do have, this is what is inside of the policy. So right now with our threshold, we have a $3,500 cap, which means that under $3,500, the school districts across the board, schools, the departments here they can get the best obtainable price and they don't have to get quotes. Providing that the next cap is at $10,000, which is at the federal level, after which that cap, we have to start considering the whole district as a whole, and that goes into another procurement vehicle that we all have to utilize across the district. So for the first cap, it's $3,500. $3,500 to $10,000, which is the next threshold amount, is also for obtaining threshold or obtaining quotes and utilizing a price agreement. And then from $10,000 to $60,000 is requiring written quotes. So anything over $60,000 is where the RFPs and bids would come in. Next slide, please. So on behalf of the school district, our financial secretaries, our district employees here, the specialists and the principals and the directors were all given a chance to submit a survey. And out of the survey, we did 8 questions, and we will provide the answers to those questions. Next slide, please. So the first survey question asked, what challenges does your school or department encounter with a low threshold of $3,500? And we had 34 responses out of the total 54 people that received the survey. Now, keep in mind that the most affected staff members that have to find these quotes are the people that are entering the requisitions at the school sites and the departments. So out of the first question, the primary answers that we received were that it causes delays. It takes a lot of time to try to find quotes. And then most of the district orders exceed the $3,500. Next slide, please. Question number 2 asked, provide an example of a frequent occurrence that challenges you the most with a low threshold. And one of the biggest concerns is that inflation, that some of the prices of goods have increased just because we are in COVID right now, and there is a supply and demand issue. So that's one really big concern. And then the second one is finding vendors that will provide quotes, because from what I understand with the surveys that we received is that the secretaries out there are trying to get these quotes, but some vendors are not working with them to provide these quotes to our district, and that's taking extra time for that. And then the other reason is it's not cost effective. That, you know, we're just trying to find the lowest price, but some other vendor might have it, and we're just trying to find quotes. Next slide, please. All right, this question asks, if the threshold is increased, what opportunities could be afforded to your school or to your department? How would your school benefit from these changes? And some of the common responses were that we can use local vendors. The money stays here in the district or in the state of New Mexico, because once we go over the threshold and we're finding quotes, most of the vendors are outside of New Mexico. So the money tends to go out there. So that's a reason that they stated. And then approval of the requisitions would be a little bit more quicker. And then supplies and materials will get to the schools, to the teachers a little bit faster. Next slide, please. Question number 4, if the threshold is increased, what negative effects do you see? Some people responded that they would not really see any negative effects. However, there are some that stated that training will be needed because some people feel that there should be other staff members at the field level that could also, take the time to learn about the processes and procedures. And then another stated that implementation of clear justification on what is being purchased. Next slide, please. So our 5th question is in regard to what the what threshold that they would like to see in the district with taking into consideration the time that they have to spend and all that kind of stuff. So the first tab that we entered there was to keep the current threshold at $3,500, which there was a response of 6.3%. And then the second one was to increase by 1,500 to 5,000, and that had a 15.6% response. And then to increase it by 4,500 to 8,000, and that had a 28% response. And then the maximum allowable, which is 10,000 K, had a 50% response. And then our 6th question was, what are some reasons for your selected threshold amount? And some of the key points that I found was students needed to get their supplies and materials as quickly as possible, and that there are mass purchases that need to be made, and the low threshold is kind of putting a limit on that. And then most of the purchases are under $10,000. Next slide, please. So I have a comparison chart of what our school district abides by. And there's 3 levels of regulations. The first one is our CCSD policy, which is set at the $3,500. And you will notice that there is a bracket with dots around all of them. And so the second one is the state of New Mexico, which is the procurement code. Now the procurement code allows us 20,000 under which we can purchase small purchases. At the federal level, it's 10,000. So we have to abide by the strictest rule, and we would have to abide by the federal regulations. So that's why the 10,000 is there. Next slide, please. So our recommendation based on the surveys and the current situation that we are in, our proposal is to increase the $3,500 to $10,000, which requires that repetitive small purchases of the same goods or services will require appropriate procurement method, meaning that the circumstance of the $3,500, where once it's reached, then we have to utilize other procurement vehicles. The same thing with the $10,000. Once the total district-wide purchases of one vendor, once it reaches 10,000, then we have to start looking for other procurement vehicles. And then change the 3 written quotes from 10,000 K to 60,000 K. And then we still will have to submit quotes. And then once it reaches 60,000 K, we still have to provide RFPs and bids. On the professional services side, it's still going to be at 20,000 to 60,000, where we would be getting the 3 written quotes. And then anything over $60,000, we would have to obtain RFPs or bids. Next slide, please. So this is just an opportunity to give to our staff members, our students, just to get them the tools and the supplies and services that they need across the school district. And it's needed because we are in COVID, and it really put a lot of pressure on us to find needed stuff across the nation. So thank you. Are there any questions?
Ms. George, do you have any questions?
My question to Mr. Yazzie is, the vendors who provide services already, can't we just give them, if you can't find a product and you have to go, they said they wanted it to be in state, so couldn't they get the vendor's request form for that to do business with in state?
Secretary George, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides. So what we are looking at is we're looking at procurement guidelines. So anytime we spend public funds or funds given to us by the public, we have to follow procurement policies, procurement guidelines. So this is what we presented to the board. So anytime, because CCSD has a restrictive policy of getting quotes at any time a purchase order requisition is given to us, we have to get quotes after a vendor hits 3,500. So because of that, it doesn't matter which vendor it is. We have to get quotes for whether it's a local vendor or a vendor outside of district. In order to go past that, I think Christy mentioned that we have to have RFPs or types of contracts. So there are other vendors we can get large purchases on, but they have to go through a process kind of similar to what we have to do here. So Christy can go ahead and help me with better answering the question, but what we're asking is to cause a less restrictive flow into the school district, because I'll give you an example with the K95 mask, KN95 mask. If we purchase those on a mass order, we're restricted to only purchase $3,500, and then we have to get 3 quotes from different vendors for that. So, and then that holds up when the vendor has those materials on hand, we have to take the time to get 3 quotes. And then by that time, they might have shipped out that whatever they have on stock to someone else, and then we lose out and we end up getting back order status and stuff. So that's kind of an example of I hope I answered your question.
Okay, so for clarification, just for me, so this is in regards to 35,000 or more. We want to take off the
3,500
or 3,500. Sorry, would want to take off the required 3 quotes, and for purchasing, correct?
What we are trying to do is move the $3,500 threshold limit, Vice President, to the 10,000, which is the lowest amount that we can increase the threshold to, which means that staff members across the school district can purchase items without having to go through the quote process. And that's just a limited dollar amount under $10,000.
I have another question.
Go ahead.
Just for clarity, so how can you explain like hypothetically, so if does this go with like donations, like the one we like a corporate, like they decide to donate and they decide to donate $10,000 to, let's just say, Kirtland. And then the next month they say, we want to donate 10,000 to Kirtland again, then to Kirtland again. How does that, how would that affect Shiprock and Newcomb area? Because one side is getting 30,000 hypothetically, and because their donator is saying they want it specifically for that region, so that leaves Shiprock and Newcomb out. And if it comes through regular processes currently in place now, the district can disseminate those donations across the board pretty much equal. Am I on the right track here, or am I thinking something totally different?
I think, Ms.
You're
George,
correct.
this is in donations? Is that
Yes, it's all together, and I like to make a comment on this. And again, I'm going to make my comment because the new board members were not present when I made this comment before. This would allow anything to be purchased up to 10,000, including receiving donations without the board's approval. Currently, whatever we receive a donation or we're going to purchase something over that amount. The information that will come to the board. Actually, it's right now, yeah, maybe it's 3,500, but which I completely oppose, because from an auditor standpoint and reviewing school audits, that is one of the biggest findings. And so I oppose this change, as well as beautifully done as this presentation was done. I completely oppose it, and the information, the survey, I don't think it was wide enough and broad enough for me to feel comfortable in that, because you can select and choose who you want to take the survey and then get those answers that you want. So, but it is to that extent, Ms. Secretary George. Thank you
for that clarification.
I have a comment. I worked for the school district many years and made lots of purchases with the maintenance, and I can see the benefit of increasing the lower from 3,500 to 5,000 for all of the reasons that you that you mentioned, but beyond that, I would be opposed to going forward with excuse me. There is no reason that $5,000 purchase of items, anything over that can't easily be sought. 3 quotes can't easily be sought for. I worked with the threshold as it is, purchasing filters for all the units throughout the district, and I bought them in bulk and saved the district a tremendous amount of money by going out to bid and having competitive bids, offered local and ended up buying within the state all of those filters for the HVAC systems. I would go with extending from 3,500 to 5,000 on the low end, but I would be opposed to either of the high end of those in that suggestion.
President Wells, could we respond to the comments respectfully? So thank you, President Wells, members of Board, Superintendent Benavides. We do have within our business office, we do have 4 certified New Mexico public purchasing officers here who have taken classes and do have the certifications with the state of New Mexico and the New Mexico state auditors. They would like to go ahead and comment on Christy, Walter, as well as Herbie regarding the recommendation that we just presented. We are presenting a recommendation to increase threshold for purchasing, which is different than donations. Donations fall under the board policy. This does too, but it's under a total different how can I put it? I can't recall the exact numbers, but this is regarding purchasing within the district. This one has a lot more criterias pertaining to it than it does with the donations that I believe Vice President Haskey mentioned. So Christy could go ahead and mention what she was wanting to say, as well as Ms. Herbie too as well.
Yes, thank you, President Wells and members of the board and Superintendent Benavides. I just wanted to clarify that they are 2 separate issues. And the big concern is that the $3,500 is like a big bottleneck. And for bulk purchases, there are other vehicles that we can utilize, and we have been utilizing those. They're called price agreements, and they are under various cooperative services that are provided across the nation. And there are several of them that CCSD is under. And the increase to $10,000 would benefit CCSD from my standpoint, because we utilize a lot of local vendors. For example, from the food services department, they frequently purchase items from a local market, and we cannot proceed over the $3,500 with that vendor, just because once we exceed the $3,500, we have to start getting quotes, and the quotes that we get may not be from may not be the lowest dollar amount to the local vendor. And I do advocate for our finance secretaries, and understandably, they do run into a lot of these situations. So that's the increase will definitely help us.
My understanding, when you request a bid for a certain item from a vendor, if you have a threshold of $3,500, you can expand, or you can limit that to per item. That's the way it used to be. That unless that procurement has changed, if you're purchasing and it's a little more inconvenient to have to break it out, but it certainly is doable. Break it out per items in order to stay within your threshold. Go ahead.
My comment is, does this, if we're talking about $3,500 and we're buying items that exceed that, is that where the blanket process leaves that open to kind of go back and purchase again?
Yes, you can buy and purchase again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, considering Vice President, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, considering that procurement is very complex. So when you get to $3,500 on a blanket, so what the blanket means is that, like, for example, Bank of America. Under Bank of America, there would be a blanket, but within that blanket, you're not utilizing just one vendor. You're utilizing different vendors across the board. And so you have to take that into consideration, because the next threshold is the $10,000. So once that blanket reaches that, then we have to go into a different vehicle. So it really just depends on what the vendor, who the vendor is, what you're purchasing, and where the blanket POs are coming from, because there are 15 schools, and then we have all these different departments that also purchase from these same vendors. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, I have another one. If I may?
Go ahead.
So the main job of the board is to really watch the procurement funding that comes in. And as Vice President Haskey had mentioned, that the what's they called? What did she say? The auditors that come in, it's really like it was stated, procurement is very, very in-depth. And our outlook is for the most cost-effective and savings for the district. We have the district's best interest on our hands here. So I thank you for this very elaborate presentation, but I'm not too supportive of the request. Thank you.
And I'd like to make one additional comment, if I may, President Wells.
Go ahead.
I think there was a recent news report in regards to CCSD and the iPod scandal, and I feel like, and this is just my opinion, that when we do those things, those safeguards are put in place. I think those safeguards got put in place in 2018 for reasons beyond what I know, but they've been placed there for a reason, and that it just opens up that door that we would have another iPod scandal. And I still haven't heard from the auditors. I mean, that's something that I would like to hear from too. Thank you.
President Wells, if I may, I believe Mia has her hand up. She's been waiting a while.
Yes, she has. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening again. This is Mia, Board President, Mr. Wells, board members, and Superintendent Benavides. I would just like to go ahead and share a little part about the grants perspective. Our department does receive grant funding from this year and previous year because due to COVID, there was very little activity and usage of funding. And then we are still also receiving a carry forward from 1920. And so our funding has increased by a lot. And with the Navajo Nation grant contractor, they have a 164 process, and the 164 process takes sometimes more than half a year to approve since we submit the application. And so sometimes our funding is not readily available on the new fiscal year of July 1st. It doesn't become available until October or November. And then there's the OBMS bar increase or maintenance bar that we have to do. And so our funding isn't readily available in iVision's OBMS until late November or early December. And through the business office, we're expected to expend up to 50% in November. But if we don't have that funding available until late in the fall semester, it comes down to our department having to do transfers or having to expend funding before the grants deadlines in April. And that's a lot of funding to spend within 4 months. And from before I was in the JOM perspective, I was a financial secretary and having to serve not just one school, but 17 schools and including Dream to Net. Now I have to ensure that the whole district is getting the fair amount as other schools are getting as well. And with one clerical in the position taking 50 plus orders for teachers, for principals, and for student field trips, having to do orders, having to make reservations, all that, it can become very too much. And at the same time, when our money is available in the springtime, we're already planning and meeting about writing the next application that will have to go through the 164 process again. And so it's a repetitive cycle. And most likely, I feel that we are going to be having a carry forward from 2021 into 2021, 2022 into 2022 and 2023, which we'd have to do what is called the modification. And again, it won't be available until October, November area. Thank you. I stand for questions.
I don't understand how raising the threshold would affect that. That sounds like a personnel problem to me.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm not understanding, I guess, how that applies to what we're talking about. Ms. Herbie, you have your hand up.
Good evening. My name is Herbie Kchs, and I work in the finance department. I've been with the school district for 9 years. I've worked in the finance department the entire time. For the past 3-4 years, I've been managing the budgets for the operational funds in the 11,000. So just to clarify, in listening to the concerns that were raised, I just wanted to take the opportunity to clarify that I heard that one of the concerns is about not I guess seeing those requisitions or the procurement side of that. And the finance director does provide those reports every month. So the board does see those reports through that AP, the accounts payable disbursement. And that's where the payments are shown as for what each purchase order is paid, as well as anything that is over the $60,000 threshold. That is also presented every month to the board in the financial reports. In addition, within just our department alone, when a requisition is entered, it has several different levels of approval levels. And so when a school or a department secretary enters a requisition, then it goes to their supervisor, and then it comes to the finance department, and it goes through another review. If it's a grant, then there's a program manager that goes through that requisition and that reviews it. So there are several levels of internal controls that are in place for review for those requests that come through. And just as Christy and Mia has stated, we are here presenting on behalf of the staff, the financial secretaries, the schools, to request for this consideration, as we know that in the school, responsibility for financial secretaries are outside of just the finance part. Sometimes they are the power school secretaries, sometimes they are answering the phone, the receptionist, and they are receiving at the building level and keeping inventory as well. So they have a lot of multiple different hats they wear. And so increasing and considering that this threshold be raised, it not only benefits the employees, but it eases the process. It may not take away the challenges completely, but it does ease the process. And it does, in this time where we're talking about employee wellness, this does help with making the job for the clerical staff and the support staff easier. And it allows them to take that time that that they get back into doing other things for the students of our school district. So I just wanted to bring those points as well, and just to share them. The last point that Mia made is a valid one, where there is this barrier with this threshold, because employees do get frustrated with the process. Employees get frustrated with having to go out and look for quotes that once their purchase reaches $3,500. If they are purchasing equipment, they have to go out and get quotes, and it causes frustration for them as well. And so then those employees don't want to enter the requisition. They don't want to go through the process because it becomes challenging to them. And then it does affect our overall budget at that time. So there is that frustration as well. If we could bring in all financial secretaries and have them present, that would be good. But we simplified the process by sending out the survey. Mia is fortunate enough to be able to be here with us this evening to give her perspective. But that's all I have, just to kind of give a little bit more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for Ms. Haskey?
I have no additional comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Christina? Christina, are you available?
Board President Wells, I think we lost Christina almost like maybe about 40 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next item then. Thank you for that presentation. Procurement over 60,000.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have here procurement exceeding 60,000. We have here purchase order for 159, roughly 169,000 for artillery Chevrolet. It's purchasing 3 suburban units. I believe we're going to be utilizing this to transport students within the if I can get, I believe it's just students as far as using this for that there.
I guess I'm not understanding here. Are you requesting?
I think they already paid for it. It's January.
So this, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, if you go to the next page 2, sir. So what we're presenting to the board is a purchase order made out to Tillery Chevrolet from last month, and we are in an effort of transparency. Kirby mentioned earlier that we do present purchase orders to the board when they exceed 60,000 for their review. So this is just one of the purchase orders that the district is purchasing to benefit the students as far as transport them and utilize these vehicles for that. So this is what we're presenting to the board. So okay, this is one of the things that the procurement department has authorized. And as far as for the board review, you know, if you have any questions about it, or if you would like us to work with Superintendent Benavides to do something different with it, that's our due diligence to the board and the community in an effort of transparency.
Okay. I guess my question would be, what have we purchased? I see it's from Tillery Chevrolet in Moriarty. I would assume then that they beat out a bid from Smoke Chevrolet, not what's it called now? From the Chevrolet and
High Country Chevrolet? Is that it?
yeah, High Country is one, or any of the local dealers.
So, President Wells, members of board, Superintendent Benavides. So if you look at the purchase order you have on there, where it's a special PO instructions. So in order to purchase these vehicles, we went through a CES vendor, and the CES is to my understanding, is a group of vendors that has already went through an RFP process with the state of New Mexico. So procurement guidelines allow us to use CES vendors because they're already certified with them for any purchases over 60,000. So we're able to use those vendors.
I am familiar with CES vendors. I had to deal with them when I was working for the school district. So
yeah.
Okay.
So
what did we buy?
We bought 3. We're looking at purchasing 3 Chevy Suburbans from them
To be used to transport students, I'm assuming.
If I can stand correct, that I believe, to my understanding, this was to be purchased for the special education department. Transportation department. There you go.
Well, of course, with the transportation department, are we transporting athletes? Are we transporting?
So we have Candace on.
President Wells, members of the board, yeah, transportation could use it for a number of transportation. It could transport cross-country team. It could transport special ed. If I'm not mistaken, I don't see Ms. Thompson on there, but I believe we're replacing older vehicles is what we're doing.
I have a question.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I have a couple of questions. What is the mileage reader? Can we get that given to us on the old Suburbans that are being replaced? And are these vehicles that are being replaced, are they like considered kind of like mechanic special, where they're just done with their life? And also, how many passengers do these Suburbans hold? Because if we're talking a cross-country team, that's exceeding.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, I can get you that information. The cross-country team was just an example. It could be carrying 2. It could be transporting for after practice if they need rides. I'm not sure. Those were just examples. I apologize that I used that example, but I can get you that information. Ms. Thompson can get you the mileage of the old ones. If they're old and they're past a certain point, if I'm not mistaken, we have to replace them. There's a shelf life on them, but I can get that information for you. One of the things to consider is once they come off, we don't let them sit. We try not to. In fact, we're trying to, on the older vehicles, have an auction and get rid of them off our inventory because, they become an issue for space and other things. But I can get that information for you, Secretary George.
I also had another question. Why are we not using the new buses for activities that were purchased not too long ago? I believe there's 3 of them.
We are using them, Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board. In fact, they go out. Again, there could be a number of things. It's not limited or restricted to just athletics. It could be special ed transportation. There could be a lot of different things. That's why it's located at transportation.
So would that be the liaisons taking students home then? Are they? or?
Secretary George, as I stated earlier, I'm not sure. I can get you that information.
Okay, if we could just get the mileage on those vehicles and their condition that are being replaced.
I commend you for auctioning the old vehicles. I see over at Kirtland Transportation a boneyard of many vehicles that are just sitting there deteriorating. And
We have way too many, President Wells, in my opinion. It's been an issue prior to my arrival here. Been working really hard with the former finance director and now our finance director Yazi. We have too many out there, and you're absolutely right. But there's a process. It has to come off the books. We have to make sure. There's a lot of red tape to get rid of these things, and we're hoping that soon we can bring it in front of the board to get those off. So that's something to consider in the future.
yeah, I'm aware of the process and how lengthy it is. It's just that when I drove by there not too long ago, there was a considerable amount.
Oh, yeah, we have a lot.
And they don't increase in value sitting there.
Exactly.
Superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Could I get your and President Wells' permission to have her be speaking on behalf? I believe she has been, I forgot she was in here. I'm working, but she has been working with Candace regarding the vehicle purchases, so she can shed a little bit more light to the questions that have been asked.
President Wells, it's fine with me. It's your call.
She was up there and now she's dropped off. I was just going to call on her and I don't know where she went.
She's there.
If she's still there, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, board members again. I just wanted to clarify on those 3 Suburbans. They are 3 replacements, and they are all from 2006 Suburbans. They are activity Suburbans, so they will be used for student activities. Again, these are normally used for small activities like golf, or if there's a small cheer team, as well as like spelling bee. So they are student activity Suburbans to be used in all 3 areas. There's one from Kirtland, there's one from Shiprock, and then there's the one from the Newcomb area. Okay. So I hope that answers I don't have the mileage information, but I do have the year and the location and unit numbers for those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not from me. Any other questions from the board?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Accounts payable then.
Oh wait, I thought he was going to go through some of these reports. Because there's
did he not?
I think there's some more. I believe, or maybe it's, go ahead, maybe it's
Threshold
accounts
increase, we got
over 60,000. Okay, yeah, so maybe it's the accounts payable one, yeah, the next one.
Mr. Yada, I guess you're still up.
Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides. Moving on to accounts payable disbursement listing, outstanding check listing, expenditure revenue report. The first item up being presented is the disbursement listing for activities. So you have coming out of the activities account for last month in January, you have a total of 91 items totaling $34,313.31. The next item being presented are the disbursement listing registers for the month of January coming out of the operational accounts. There's 2,137 items totaling $4,129,049.49. Okay, the next thing we have is the outstanding check listings. This is for the activities account. You have 2 check listings totaling $1,066.39. The next report that's up here, you have the outstanding check listing for the month of January. Items totaling $991,262.88. Moving on to the expenditures and general funds for accounts 11,000 to 23,000. For last month, you have $3,161,851.24 for last month. Expenditures that were charged to grants accounts 24,000 to 29,000. For last month, you have $1,745,333.92. Expenditures for capital outlay and debt services for the month of January, you have $5,626,430.71. We have here revenues for general funds for last month totaling $5,379,291.05. Revenues coming in for grants for the month of January are totaling $18,006.45. For revenues coming in from capital outlay and debt services, you have them totaling $3,410,766. For checks written out for the Johnson O'Malley for the month of January, totaling $26,466.13. And the next report is the listing of budget journal entries done for last month, balancing at $32,259,452. Any questions about item I?
One question from Ms. George.
Well, I have a couple of them.
Okay.
Okay. Out of the activity account, the second one, the next one over. That one.
Operational.
Oh yeah, sorry, operational. Item 252, the American AED. In the amount of $1,495 for Kirtland Middle School. Why are we purchasing another AED?
So I'm going to have to get with the department for that purchase there, and I can get back with you on that.
And is it for athletics or is it for the actual school building?
Secretary Wells, members of the board, President, Superintendent Benavides, I'm going to have to actually go into each of these items and pull a report for this particular check here. So it's going to take me some time to gather that information.
Okay, and then item 249, 247, 250. 246 is a purchase from Newcomb Newcomb Schools for 100 black disposable face masks. And there's a 247's infrared forehead thermometer, Clorox disinfecting. 250 is the UV light and sanitizer. What funds are these? Why are these coming out of operational and not out of the COVID fund?
Secretary Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides. So the district operates from one cash fund. And so all of these funds come out of the district's bank account. So all of these items that you're mentioning, I have to go into each one of them to see what accounts they actually came out of.
And I'd also like a report. We just got a report today, item D, from Mr. David Griego, stating that the schools were all getting all of these that have been purchased. So why, that's a question there. And then item 223, the desk converter stand up, it's $1,429.49. It's under curriculum instruction. Who's using that? Or why are we purchasing that?
Again, here, Secretary Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, the questions you're asking me, I would need to go into each individual item and do some research on it, forensic auditing or forensic accounting, to check to see who requested it, where it came from, and then I would be able to gather that information. So
okay.
I don't mind gathering information, and you know, each of these could take anywhere from 5 minutes all the way up to 3 hours, depending on how each of these are listed on the purchase order. So what you're seeing here is a report for checks coming out of the general fund that the district uses, and all of these purchases are tied to those other reports that we just showed in the expenditure reports and all of that stuff, all those reports that we just went over. So this encompasses that too as well.
Great, I understand that. My next one is 163, a MacBook Air 13 laptop for $87.89. Who's replacing a laptop? And then my last question, or two last questions, the concession and cheerleading pom-poms that are listed on there, is that coming out of the athletic department funds, or is that coming out just from the pot?
Could you specify what item number again?
I'm sorry, I didn't, let me see. I don't think I wrote down that number. I'll have to go back in and look, because I don't have it written down here, but
item number, so I can
I'll get that one for you. And then the last one is the culturally and linguistically response teaching and learning classroom books. That's another question that I have.
Could I get an item number, ma'am, if you don't mind?
That one I didn't get an item number, so I'll have to get those two item numbers for you. Sorry, I didn't write those down, but I could get that to you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
If you'll get that information for us and report back, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, President Wells. Can I get your permission to send it via email? As I mentioned, it's going to, because of all the items, it's going to take a little bit of digging to get into, and I'm going to need some time because I do have things that I have to do and prepare for. And our business office is going to be out on training all next week for the Maxwell training too as well.
President Wells, members of the board, actually Donovan stole what I was going to ask. A reasonable time frame for these questions and answers to them would be within a couple of weeks. Mr. Donovan is correct. Just as a point of clarification, if it helps respectfully, we can answer these questions ahead of time. It's provided in board docs, and if you have questions, we can more than happy to answer them individually. That way you have them, and That way you can bring them up in the meeting. We can answer them right away for you. So that way everybody hears it. But if you have questions, that's why the board docs is there to help, move this along. Just a point of suggestion, President Wells, members of the board.
Sure, go ahead.
My comment is I understand that you're requesting more time, but correct me if I'm wrong. So these have already been purchased or they're about to be purchased? These items on this list?
Already been.
No, they've already been purchased, right? Correct? So again, it goes back to just knowledge about what we're purchasing, and you're reporting to the board, to us. And it would be helpful if you had the answers instead of we all have everyday stuff. We all have a lot on our plates. We all are stepping in to cover for somebody else, but we still have a duty of our position to uphold. And I'll wait for the report for a couple of weeks. But there should be some knowledge behind this. I mean, we just can't be writing checks just to be writing checks. I mean, our students are not even, I haven't seen a staff with a stand-up desk and a student with a stand-up desk. It just calls go back to our students and the staff, but thank you. I'll wait for that report.
Mr. Yazzie, question, what would you think would be acceptable timeline for this information?
President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, I would say respectfully, coming from, I would say anywhere from 10 to 15 business days.
You're talking 3 weeks then?
I'm talking business days, yeah. I'm including the days of training that we have next week.
Okay.
In general, if we didn't have the days of training, I would say 5 to 10 business days, but we have the training all next week for the staff here in our department. So that's why I'm saying 10 to 15 business days.
If that's acceptable to you, we'll go ahead and accept that and wait for your report.
Superintendent Benavides, is that acceptable to you?
You have another question?
I think just a comment.
Okay. We have a comment.
Let me see what it is. I think it'd be better if the report or the response was public to the board, all the board members, because like Christina's not here, she dropped off, and she doesn't know what conversations are taking place. And then also just for transparency, because if it's just me, I really can't share with the other board members.
No,
I think it should be just all across.
I think it needs to be to all of us, whether
Yes.
it's
President Wells, could you respond respectfully?
Are you?
I'm asking your permission, President Wells.
Go ahead.
President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, the process that we follow that I was advised by our superintendent was I do the report, I send the report out to his office, and his office respectfully sends it out to the board members. That's the process that I was directed by our superintendent to follow. So I'm just letting you know that.
I apologize, President Wells, that I was on mute. I thought I was making this elaborate, giving you guys an elaborate answer, and I'm over here talking to myself, so I apologize. But
your arms.
Yeah, but again, we can get you this information. We can send it out. Sharon does a fabulous job of giving you the information and making sure that we don't break. We don't get in trouble with the Open Meetings Act for quorum and stuff as informational, and we can continue to do that. So.
Thank you, President.
Thank you.
Superintendent Benavides. Are we done with the accounts payable then? Do we need to hear about the budget adjustments?
Moving on to item J. Thank you, President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides. We are looking at the budget adjustment and for which one am I looking at first? We have, I'm a little bit lost, so just give me just a moment, please. Please get my paperwork. We have this one. Here it is. So we have a budget adjustment request for the operational funds. It's an increase bar. This is an increase to our unit value. And it's an increase for $1,096,442. Next item is an increase of transfer bar. It's for Title I funds 24101. This is moving funds around for salaries for the MLS coaches. The next thing we have is a transfer bar. It's for Title I funds 24101. It's to move funds over so that we can purchase books in the classroom.
All of that's for books.
Next one is a transfer bar for Fund 24106. It is a transfer bar because there was a need for occupational therapists, so we're moving it over to other services here. The next item we have here is a budget adjustment request. It's a maintenance bar. It's for Fund 24153. It's to align our budget from July to January with our systems with what we were reporting to the New Mexico Public Education Department. The next thing we have is a maintenance bar for Fund 24153. It's a budget alignment for function 2000. It's alignment for the months of July through January. So you have an increased bar here for Fund 24174. It's a sub-award we received from the PED. It's for $10,299. We have a maintenance bar for the Carl Perkins Fund 24174. It's a budget alignment for the months of July through January for function 1000. We have a maintenance budget adjustment request for Fund 24189 for the months of July through January for function 1000. Next thing is a transfer bar for Johnson Malley Funds 25131. It is to move funds over so that we can basically spend the carryover funds before June 30th. I have a maintenance bar for Fund 25184. It's a budget alignment for the months July through January. I have a budget adjustment request. It's a maintenance bar for Fund 27149. It's a budget alignment from July through January. I have a transfer bar here for Fund 27407. It's to move funds so that we can support schools and improvement plan for Nijoni Elementary School. Next thing we have is a increase bar. This is for Fund 27502, the Career Technical Education Program. We were given as an award for that for $23,843. The next thing we have here is a increase bar. It is a budget adjustment to make sure that our allocations match what we were given to the state recently for the 31703 fund. Any question on the budget adjustment request?
Yes.
I have a question. We were stating the budget request transfers are to, some of them are to match the reports that was made to the state. Why is it not automatically evening out? Why is it coming short where you have to adjust from one budget to another to suffice that report that's turned in? Can you just clarify that for me, please?
Yes, Secretary George, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, yes. So what we, to kind of answer your question kind of really quick, is the district uses the iVision's server, our business management system. We use the iVision's business management system to keep track of our accounting data and information, and keep track of our budgets, and basically it's the whole brain of the district relating to finance, accounting, payroll, and all of that stuff. So our system does not integrate with what the New Mexico Department of Education. They use a different system. Theirs is the we coin it as the OBMS, so that is their version of what they use. So what we do is we submit these budget adjustments and these transfers into their system, so that we are letting them know that this is what we are reporting out in our system to theirs. Mr. Benavides?
Mr. Benavides.
President Wells, members of the board, just as a point of clarification, we on the state of New Mexico are on a reimbursement system. So there are times that we'll submit stuff or we spend money, and in order to make sure our books balance, we have to submit an adjustment so we can keep that fund afloat, for lack of a better word. All districts have this, all charter schools have this. And so those adjustments, the reason they bring them up in front of you guys is so you're aware of those adjustments. And it's not, it's the reimbursement system that it is. And it takes quite a bit of time. As an example, we might get a fund or a grant where we may not get that money immediately, and we might use operational money to cover those expenses that we're buying for the kids in the classroom. And then once PED reimburses us for that, we can replace that money into that fund. And that's just an example of what goes on in that process. I believe the board members have an opportunity at all these trainings to go to this spring budget. I highly recommend that you consider going to that in April, because they go over these types of things and they can give you a more in-depth on how these things work. But that's just a small piece to kind of give you some background of how the state of New Mexico reimburses PED. Sorry, Mr. Yazzie, but I had to clarify that in a general sense.
Board President, can I ask a question?
Certainly can.
Real quick. Superintendent Benavides, can you send that information out about the spring budget trainings and the different trainings that would be available to us to attend? So that we would be more, I guess, more informed about some of these things. Thank you.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, absolutely. I believe Sharon, if she hasn't done it yet, I think it's in board docs already for you guys on those agenda items. Part of the board docs is giving you that information ahead of time, but Sharon does an excellent job of giving you that information. So that's no problem there, Secretary George.
Thank you.
That was Vice President Askey, but that's all right.
I apologize. It still takes me some time to.
No,
it's okay. But it's not on here. I did review this earlier. It has all the information about the NSBA information that's coming up through July, but there's nothing about the spring budget.
Okay. Vice President. Yeah, absolutely. Vice President Haskey, President Wells, members of the board. Sharon will get in contact with the NASBA organization and we can get that put up there. Thank you for clarifying that, Vice President Haskey.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I believe then that concludes our presentation. Is that right?
President Wells, yes, sir. We are, I believe we're at item K now.
Okay.
President Wells, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides, I'm presenting to you a request to, so just the budget adjustment request that we presented to you just a while ago. Those are, again, there's a process involved in that. So one of the things that we've been encountering this year is we've been receiving late carryovers, and due to having to report also to the New Mexico Public Education Department after the board approves those budget adjustment requests, we are also working with preparing our budget for this school year. And so this pre-approval is normally, I believe, in my understanding, last year we presented this back in March. So we are requesting to see if we can present it a little bit earlier so we can get ready for the budget season this school year. The pre-approved budget adjustment requests from February 10th to June 30th to have those pre-approvals. And last year what we did was we presented those pre-approval bars every board meeting to let the board know what we use the pre-approval forms. And if there is a problem with them when we do present them the following month, the board can let us know what we need to do to make those corrections if needed or any questions arising to them. So we're asking the board respectfully if we can go ahead and request their pre-approval for these budget adjustment requests for the months of February through June, so that we can make sure that our budgets are aligned with the New Mexico Public Education Department, and it would help with some of the unforeseen circumstances that we have been encountering due to the pandemic, having late carryover awards from the New Mexico Department of Education, as well as making sure that we can get these transfer bars and maintenance bars over to to stay in communication with the with the PED, as well as get the funding out to the schools and utilize within each of the departments a little bit quicker. So we're just respectfully asking if we can get this pre-approval done a little bit earlier in the year than what was presented last year. And I believe this was presented every consecutive years as well too.
Can I make a comment or?
Go ahead.
Okay. I would like also if you when we're doing the budget, I would also request if you could provide information about the reserve, the carryover, and if we're going to have decreased funding, just so that we're really informed about the changes, and the interests and investments information too. If that could all, since it's all going to be part of all in your report, I would appreciate if that information's included too. Thank you.
Donovan, did you write that down?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thanks.
Go ahead.
With this request from February 10th to June 30th, Ms. Vice President Hosky already kind of mentioned it. Like if we're losing funds with the carryover because it's not been spent, and the money that we received from grants, are we letting them know that of this process? Because we for whatever reason, we weren't able to spend the money due to COVID or whatever the reason was, we weren't able to spend the money. And then if this process is approved from February 10th to June 30th, are we under the understanding that the funding will be, as they say, shovel ready to go by July 1st of the new funding year? Does this process ensure that by July 1st?
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, before I ask Mr. Yazzie to present this or answer your question, there's a lot of different funds. Some are federal, as you're aware, some are state, as you're aware. Those federal funds, just as a point of clarification, some of them you have 24 months to spend it, and then you have 3 months that you got to get it out, expend it. There's carryover. One of the biggest issues this district has had historically is making sure that we're spending our Title I, Title II, Title III, those federal funds in a manner that we can draw it down. One of the things that you need to be aware of, both you as both President Wells and Secretary George, is that we've made a very conscious decision to make sure that we're spending down our carryovers for those federal funds. As an example, we've let the sites know. We have a sheet here that what we do is and this is about a month old. Donovan still has to give me the latest one, but what we do is he goes over the amounts with each of the sites to show how much they've spent of their money, because if they don't spend their money by a certain time, this district has historically waited till the last minute to buy stuff, and then we get reimbursed late, or we're spending it on stuff that we shouldn't be buying. What this ensures us to do is allows us to spend money in a timely manner, not spend money on stuff that we don't need, and allows us to make sure that the hardest part of their job is coming up. As they're preparing the budget, they're also preparing to close the books for this year, which would be May and June. So we have to be able to spend that money. So I just wanted to give that perspective more than anything as an FYI. I'm sure you guys are well aware of it, but just in case, I just had to give that overall perspective. Mr. Yazzie, you want to answer Ms. George's question, please?
Ms. George, if you don't mind me asking, could you kind of repeat what you asked? I was kind of listening to Superintendent Benavides, and I kind of missed. I kind of got a little bit of your questions.
Oh, sure. Sure. Like Ms. Vice President Hosky had mentioned, any of this carryover money, if we're going to lose it by not spending it in the amount of time that it was allocated for this extension from February 10th to June 30th. And then where we receive the funding, the grants, have we notified those entities of this process from February to June 30th, and we're gonna ask for an extension to spend the money. And then funding, like shovel ready, as they say in business, will the funds be ready to go come the new fiscal school year, July 1st, with this process from February 10th to June 30th?
Thank you, Secretary George, members of the board, Superintendent Benavides. So what I'm hearing you ask several different questions that encompasses a whole lot of parameters. So we'll start with the carryovers. With, you said, from the 10th to the 30th. So all we're requesting with the memorandum is just that we can process the transfers, maintenance, and increase bars so that we can prepare for have the budget prepared by July 1st of this school year. So this is part of the process of making sure that our books align with what we're reporting to the Mexico Public Education Department. So the memorandum between the 10th to the 30th is basically our due diligence here of requesting to see if we can get the prior approval so that we can do the work that we need to do to prepare the budget and to make sure that we are communicating with the New Mexico Department of Education, along with all the interdepartmental with the other departments within it, like the grants and whatnot. So we do communicate with the grants teams at the state level, and we do let them know that if they do send us these award allocations, and they send it to us in a letter, and they give us a time frame of when we can and cannot spend awards. This is I think Superintendent Benavides mentioned this a little bit earlier, stating we've been emphasizing across the district we've been giving them internal deadlines so that we can spend the money. So Nia mentioned it earlier too, that we gave them a deadline in November to spend 50% of their budget. And we also gave them a deadline to spend everything by March as well too, so that we can prepare the budget and to make sure that we have all these carryover funds that were allocated to us and awarded to us. And we're doing our best and, to make sure that we purchase what we can do and do what we can do for the students. And then you mentioned something else about the carryover funds, having the budget ready, and extensions. When we do need extensions, we do request for those. That is done here at either the program managers do that here at the district, or if they need my help, I go ahead and send an email. And then Superintendent Benavides also is there to advocate for us with the grants department or whomever we need to talk to, and to advocate for us if we do need an extension for these as well too. So that does happen. In the event that we run into a crunch where we haven't spent all our money. So
the President Wells, members of the board, just want to add to what Mr. Yazzie was saying. Asking for an extension is I still have a lot of contacts that I worked with when I was at PED, and a lot of people, and we have yet to get denied an extension for use of money. The only time it comes into play is if on federal funds, if it's 2 years prior and we're trying to spend it in October when it expires September 30th. That's the only time, but we haven't run into that. But asking for an extension for those monies is, it's an easy ask of the PED, because they have, and you may or may not know this, PED wants us to spend the money, because if they revert their money, which is all the funds from the state, as an example, Title I, if they revert money back to the feds, they're going to get less money. So they encourage us and make sure that they work with us to make sure we can spend that money. I hope that also clarifies what Mr. Yazzie was saying.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. I just really, not really worried, but concerned about, just this past weekend, all the lobbying going on and all the representatives really pushing for our district and pushing funding for our students, that I don't want that to be retracted and taken back, because we don't spend it in enough time.
Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, that's an excellent point. In fact, I think they get tired of me asking for more money from them. And again, some of it's the money that we're asking from the state, or we ask, part of that lobbying, as you're aware, is to make sure that we have flexibility within those to spend that money. And sometimes the language is really specific, and we can't use it, or we won't apply for that money because we won't spend it on time, and that doesn't look good for our district. So you're absolutely right. We want to make sure we're spending that money. The biggest pot of money out there, quite frankly, that we're pushing is capital improvements money. We heard it today from the Senate Education Chair and our superintendent's meeting this morning. Senator Souls was telling us there's, you guys got to spend your money on capital, and this district has a lot of stuff to do. And so your point's well taken, Secretary George.
Thank you for all of that.
Can I make one last comment, President Wells?
You certainly may.
I hope that when we're talking about the budget and everything, that we also remember the opportunities that were lost, like last year, the Century 21 grant. I hope that in an effort to get it on top of things, I hope that deadlines and all those are kept in the forefront also. So, because too clearly do I remember losing out on the 21st Century grant because of the deadline. So please just keep that in mind too. Thank you.
Vice President Haskell, President Wells, members of the board, another well stated point. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, I have no further questions or comments. Thank you.
Comments on that?
Anything from our presenters? I believe that was the last item on the agenda. Is there any discussion?
President Wells, just if there's no other comment, I have one item for the next one, for items for consideration for Tuesday.
Okay.
President Wells, members of the board, there is this is for consideration for the March meeting. There are two meetings, one on the 10th and one on the 15th. Just as something for the board to decide if we could have a combined meeting on the 10th. And the reason I'm asking for that request is there are a couple of board members and myself that will be advocating in DC, and that's on the Tuesday. And my recommendation, President Wells, is that we combined that Tuesday meeting with Thursday so we can have a full board on Thursday, because there will be several board members and myself that will be in DC on that Tuesday. So that's just for something the board to consider. Thank you for your consideration.
I already spoke with Sharon about that. I was aware of that conflict, and she said that was your presentation was a possibility, and I would approve that.
President Wells, just as a reminder, I don't think there are any other items on there.
I have a couple of items that I want to add, if I may.
You may.
We have the Region 1, the meeting that's going to be happening in April. As a board, we were asked to select the topic. I don't know the topic for training. I had it, and I guess if we'll just have to get a copy of the listing, but we have to pick a topic for the training for April for the Region 1 meeting. And then the second area I would like an update is the 1099s. That's really messing up my taxes, and I really want that resolved because I am not a paid public official. You keep stating that, and I like that resolved. I want to get this taken care of. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Vice President Haskey, President Wells, members of the board. I just want to point a clarification on Vice President Haskey with the regional meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that we are hosting that in April. Yes. Am I correct? And yes. So, okay, good. So I think Sharon was starting to work on that as far as hosting. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Guillen said that we were gonna, it still was a possibility that it may not be in person, but we're shooting for in person. Am I correct?
He didn't mention that it would be in person, but there was a request to change the date maybe to the 7th or something because of the conference right before.
In San Diego. Okay, that's correct.
San Diego, but I don't remember hearing anything about being in person.
Okay.
But that was it. And I was just told, make sure that the board chooses a topic, which I don't know what I did with the topic.
Okay, no worries. What we can do is get with Mr. Guillen to find out if we should plan for both in person and in or virtual. Because if it is in person, then we're going to have to provide food and those types of items as the other regions as we've done in the past. So thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Benavides?
Yes.
I would also like to let you know that on April 6th, that's when the NASBO, the spring budget conference starts on April 6th to the 8th.
Okay. And that's Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Secretary George, President Wells, members of the board, Sharon just, and we'll put it on the board docs as well, but the spring budget is the 5th, 6th, and 7th. It's going to be a busy week. Sorry. It'll be a busy week, needless to say, because that's also the, your school board's conference and then the region. So please keep in mind that that's a lot of time. So.
I have some things to add.
Go ahead.
I'd like to see if we could get I know on Facebook, I know that we've acknowledged some of the students who have signed on to colleges. That's really good. But I'd like to see if we could have notice of other achievements from the students from the different schools, the school districts that they've been involved in or gone to state or, did something really outrageous. I don't know how to say that, but they went to state.
Accomplishment.
Yeah.
Within accomplishment.
Yeah, an accomplishment that we can recognize them from the high school, from all the schools, even the elementaries. I like to have a report on that, just not on Facebook. I think that we could really that would be uplifting. And then I'd like an update on the AEDs in the district and update on the athletic process, like the tickets that you pay for, and then on the back there's a coupon. I know that the coupons have been outdated for a pretty long, extensive time, and the spectators can't use those coupons in Farmington. And then I'd like to see, or I'd like to a report on the CPR for coaches. Because they're away with the kids, and I'd like to know if they're CPR certified or if they have compression only CPR training, and if they have the CPR stuff in their vehicles, or I know they have it on the buses, or in their coach's bag, the athletic trainers, if they carry the CPR supplies along with the coaches.
I forgot, President Wells, that I have a couple of other issues or other things to put in a report or to request a report onto. I completely forgot, if I may. Can we get a report on who's going to graduate and who's not from the schools for graduation? And then the second one, I just want to know, find out why we switched to YouTube and no longer on Facebook, and has that been advertised? Are we on both platforms, media platforms, or that it was kind of surprising to me, but if we could get information on both of those things. But I really would like to know about our seniors, if they're going to, how many are needing interventions, what kind of interventions are being in place so that our students can graduate with their peers. Thank you.
Vice President Haskey, President Wells, members of the board, I'll answer the latter question. The YouTube, we had advertised back in December that we'd be switching to the YouTube channel. It's a better format. It's much clearer than Facebook. Facebook does tend to have some issues with it. And for record keeping wise, it tends to be a more updated platform. That's the reason we switched to that. And we had some initial trouble and Jared can talk about that if he wants, but we've made the transition over and we've advertised it that way. I hope that helps answer your question, Vice President Haskey. As far as the other part of that, we can get you, even though we're just starting the fourth semester, or the last semester, for that, we can get you a preliminary numbers on who's going to be graduating, but that could change again in a couple of weeks or something like that. But we can get you that preliminary if that's okay.
That would be really great, because if there's some students that are, I guess, on the cusp of failing, then interventions and whatever we have to do should be applied now,
exactly,
than later. And in terms of the transition in the media platform, I guess the only issue that I have is that previously with Facebook, there was a comment area where they could comment, the public, general public could comment. And I haven't seen that, or maybe I haven't explored it enough on YouTube to see that. I feel like that eliminates that comment. It doesn't allow the general public to comment on the meetings and stuff. So just my my comment on that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm in agreement with Vice President Haskey on the YouTube. I would just like to know if the comments are available to the general public as it was on Facebook. And then also adding to the discussion, the Opens Meeting Act. I believe that we should start to have small open meetings.
Face to face.
Yeah, in person, because we have the app and we have nurses or medical personnel that can do screenings, or and I believe that we could start having minimal in-person meetings.
I think you brought that
Yeah, last time.
before, and nothing
Yeah.
was said about it.
Great.
Are there any other discussion or items to be added to the coming agenda?
And could we, in terms of the COVID, can we get also the attendance rate of the schools? Just in terms of with the graduation rate, and then find out if, I'd like to know if our students are continue to struggle with the attendance because of this pandemic. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I have one other item that I think needs to be addressed probably in our next agenda. As I mentioned to you, Superintendent Benavides, we have a facility in our district that is a hazard because of no fire suppression system. While at the roundhouse last week, was made aware that the standards, I can't remember what the term, anyway, those standards are going to be tightened if we put off getting the fire suppression system put in that building. We're going to have to meet stricter code standards than we are currently looking at. And if it doesn't happen, we are in grave danger of having that building red tagged.
Thank you for that, President Wells, members of the board. I wrote it down, and yes, so I'll be addressing that tomorrow morning.
Thank you. If there are no other items, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
You need to make a motion.
Oh, I make a motion to adjourn the meeting and second that, right?
I will second that.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that we adjourn. This meeting is now adjourned.
Well, we have to vote.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, you have to vote.
Ms. Askey,
Yes.
Ms. George.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. The time is 8:53. 8:52. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you all. Be safe, guys.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Thank you.